Hello, hello. Hi. Hi, hi. Hello. Uri kunyumva? Uri kunyumva?
No, you are seeing Andrew. That's not my name, my friend. Andrew Small. Yeah, I'm Andrew. No, Andrew. Come. Thank you, thank you. information on what is
Good morning, sir. How are you? Bless me. Bless me, bless me, bless me, always. No, I did not. How are you? Okay. I was trying to together 2 weeks ago. And so I was trying to find how I can reach out to you. And by God's grace, his bishop couldn't be with me.
Hello to our listeners and viewers. This is Mateka. We are reporting live in Kigali in the Grand Hotel. I'm here with the guest. You may start by introducing yourself.
I'm your friend Aisha, the country manager for Missio Invest, Rwanda.
So what is Missio Invest in short?
Missio Invest is a social impact investor that works with the Catholic enterprises, and we're having a conference on how we have tried to what impact has on the ground the last decade, and now we want to see way forward and how we have success with the bishops, the cardinals from around Africa, Spain,
So what to expect in this conference?
we're expecting that after this
We have some overnight arrivals, which everybody's welcome, even early morning arrivals. One of them is our friend Archbishop Andrew K. from Bamenda, who, when you arrive, you get put to work straight away. So he kindly offered to gather us in prayer this morning and offer a prayer to the Lord for our success and our wishes. Let's stand.
In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. Come, Holy Spirit, fill the hearts of the faithful. Send for thy Spirit, and they shall be created. O God, who did instruct the hearts of the faithful by the light of the Holy Spirit, grant that by the light of the same Holy Spirit, we will be truly wise and ever rejoice in his consolation through the same Christ our Lord. Amen. Heavenly Father, thank you for this morning, for gathering us together as the church of your Son, Jesus Christ, to be able to grow, transform the world, and make your children live in a better way. We thank you for the blessings that you give each one of us and our communities through Missio Invest. Together here this morning, we entrust all that we are going to say, all that we are going to discuss, all that we are going to do to your hands and to the direction of the Holy Spirit, so that we may continue to work for you and to work for our brothers and sisters, especially those who are underprivileged, those who are suffering, those who are in places of war, those who are experiencing hunger, and above all, those who are suffering discrimination. May we continue to work for you, and may your name in all this be glorified, you who are Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit, forever and ever. Amen. Glory be to the Father, and to the Son, and to the Holy Spirit. As it was in the beginning, is now, and ever shall be, world without end. Our Lady, Mother of the Church, pray for us. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Thank you, and good morning again, everybody. As you find your seats, there was a little game this morning. You saw you had to come in and find out where you were sitting. And that meant you had to eliminate where you were not sitting. And while you were doing that, you got to see the other names of the many people we have here with us today. So all are welcome to this gathering. It's a unique gathering. Missio Invest has not really done something like this before. But given that we are maybe 10 years, more or less, the name Missio Invest only really came in 2019. Maybe Joel, you will remember this, 2019, 2020. And then we started formally incorporation 2020. But the idea went back a long way. When I was in Pontifical Mission Societies, we realized, and the Cardinal kindly referenced yesterday, that the needs of the growing church were not being met with the resources available. Or let's just say the traditional resources available, which were normally around gift giving and donations. So there had been a lot more sophistication that had gone on in terms of financial management and resources, particularly within what we call, or what the Holy See calls, the Mission Church. So we tried to develop a model that would respond adequately to their needs. Now there's lots of other good things that comes with that, but principally the resources come. We need to find a way so that the resources that are necessary are available in a consistent and sustainable way, so that the church can be church. There was a famous Archbishop Fulton Sheen. You know this name? Anybody knows this name, Fulton Sheen? He says, the church can do great things, but it cannot do anything if there is no church. It's a strange truism, but we want to do our work, but we really need to establish ourselves, personnel, resources, etc. So that's what Missio Invest was designed to do. And I just have a few slides. I'll try and be very brief, but that's always dangerous. I look back, and I some of you might remember some of the people on this slide. Rwandans will know the nuncio, the apostolic nuncio. Palatines will know the building. We were hosted by the Palatines. This was in 2015. So it's just over 10 years ago. We gathered. I got to visit, I forget the name of the school. Is this the Felician Sisters? They have a school for, maybe for deaf children here in Kigali. So this was a little visit at the time. And we had the nuncio, who's now the, you might know, Monsignor Luciano is now in charge of the diplomatic corps for the Holy Father in Rome. But he was nuncio here for a while. And we had a consultant was helping us at the time. She's no longer with us, Lisa Smith. But this goes back a long way, and I think I'm looking not too bad for 10 years. Anyway, we had a session in the Palatines, in that big conference room, and you can see some of the ideas we had. These were mostly national directors of the Pontifical Mission Society, so that was the network we used at the time, because I was a national director, and we kept getting more and more requests for funds, but for bigger funds, not just the subsidies of 30,000, 40,000. There was a much greater need for the church to provide its own income. So it was now income generating activities. That was the logic, but only within the church. A lot of we have Caritas representatives with us, a lot of our Caritas friends. They do a lot of good social work, but they do it in the community, not exclusively through dioceses, congregations, etc. But because we were PMS, we did it only through church structures, only through dioceses, seminaries, congregations, etc. And these were some of the ideas that came out 10 years ago. Center of excellence, broad-reaching community, this is who we are, this is who the church is. Meet the grant deficit. This is from 10 years ago, imagine. So what is missing in the grants, because they're just not enough for expansion of a hospital or a new high school. It's very difficult to do that with grants. Or let me say, you can do it, but it will take 10 years. And my view was, our view was, if you can do it in 1 year or 2 years, because you have other sources of financing, then we have a moral obligation to make that financing available, if we can. So there's a moral question there. Improve livelihoods. So there was the social outreach, but it was really how do we create sustainable sources of income for the mission church. So that was 10 years ago. And then I don't know, we have something at your place called this little red booklet, if you can find it just for a second. This is something that we put together maybe 5 years ago, Joel. I say Joel because Joel's been with us such a long time. And could you just stand up so everyone can see who I'm talking about? Everybody knows Joel, right? So that's Joel. She's one of our early pillars of Missio Invest. But we wrote this at the time. It's called The Vocation of Missio Invest. And maybe you haven't had a chance to read it, but it goes back 5 or 6 years. And it was a way of articulating the purpose of what we're doing that has a very specific identity. We are a church helping the church entity. We are not a faith-based NGO. Missio Invest is not a faith-based NGO. It's not church adjacent. It's not helping the church. For me, Missio Invest is the church. It was born within the PMS, which, as you know, is also the church. Now, we do a lot of things like an NGO, and we have to We have to relate to our funders and to our investors, and we do all of those good things that you're supposed to do. But I was very reluctant to think of us as another NGO. So we have a mission statement. And you can see the first one is from, if you go to page 6, in the second paragraph, so I put it out of order. In the second paragraph, within existing church structures, Missio Invest seeks to correct current imbalances among the various units in terms of resources necessary to carry out our ministry more effectively. Many religious orders currently undertake such efforts, aware that the good stewardship demands equitable use of limited resources. Justice and charity require that each is afforded the appropriate level of personnel and funding, notwithstanding historical inequities in terms of education, assets, and existing advantages. So Missio Invest was clearly there to try and address an imbalance, particularly the north-south imbalance. And as I say to people, at the heart of Missio Invest is not just taking resources from one part of the church and moving them to another part of the church where they can be used well. This is a good thing by itself. But the novelty, the new element of Missio Invest, if you can follow me, is that we are moving the risk of development from the south to the north. And I say that because despite many, many, many decades of development, the risk still remains in the global south. The risk of development still remains here. Risk meaning it's precarious. Weather, conflict, financial income, currency crises, global recessions. These are all risks. And we have more professional people in the room on finance than me. But who bears that risk? And the ones who are least able or should least have to bear the risk are the ones who continue to bear this risk. And that is the church in the global south. So even if you move, if I move the resources I have from America, I move some of them to Africa, I still remain risk-free unless I am bounded with you in not just what I have left over, not just my donations, which we're grateful for donations, but if I now let you use what I need for my future, now we are together. Now we have a key relationship, an essential relationship. So at the heart of Missio Invest was trying to create this mutual relationship, not of giver and receiver, even though I don't judge that at all. And at the heart of that mutuality is that we bear the risk together. And when we bear the risk together, we see each other now as equals. The final goal of Missio Invest was to change this dynamic within the church, north and south or west and south, continues to see people not as equal members. The goal of Missio Invest was to create this bond of mutuality amongst us all, founded on our common use of resources. There's not many NGOs talk about the cross of Christ, I know, but if you go to the last page, page 7, we talk about the cross as a guarantee at the heart of everything we do. The power of the cross remains and serves as the horizon against which human activity can be assessed and ultimately judged. We are not judged by how successful we are financially. We are judged by the extent to which we can continue to proclaim the cross of Christ, which is a contradiction for many. For many, the cross is a failure, but not for us. Our work of healing the bonds, educating, feeding, growing, the whole level of development, human, psychological, etc., At the heart of this is this contradiction, which is why no business would put the cross at the heart of itself. Therefore, we are not a business. We are the church. So that's very important for me. Immersed in the world, the church must constantly reform itself so as to never become complicit in anything that subverts the reparative power of the cross. If we are not constantly asking ourselves new ways, new technologies, new methodologies, then we might become complacent with the injustices also. Missio Invest adopts this model of a church in constant need of reform, ecclesia semper reformanda. For all you Latin scholars know that very well. Seeing the cross as the guarantee of its faithfulness and Christ its guarantor. So we don't depend on ourselves only. We are not lifting ourselves by our own bootstraps. We depend on Christ. Christ is our guarantor. The cross is the guarantee. You weren't expecting to go on retreat this morning, I know. But so this is very important for me that you know this is behind what we're doing. And everyone understands this, but this is what we're doing as Missio Invest. I'm talking too much, sorry, Shiri, let's go forward. So this was the plan. Look at the social services, human capital, investment capital. Look at the number of Catholics you have. Growing, growing, growing compared to the rest of the world. So we wanted to respond adequately to not just a young church, a mature church, but one that is flourishing and growing. And you should have the resources necessary. Let's move on from there. Look, if you look around where we are now 10 years later, or maybe even 11 years later, these are our loans, $41 million in loans we have issued. Everyone can see this, okay? Maybe it's a little too small. Agriculture, education, healthcare, financial inclusion. And you know who you are, since many of you are here, our borrowers. 111 loans we have now, $41 million invested in all types of different loans, which you know about. And there's we started off with seminaries because St. Peter Apostle from the Pontifical Missions used to do these little loans to seminaries. So that was the model. We do loans, agriculture, and mostly the seminary started in 2014, 15, I think in Kenya. We started lending to the seminaries, and that was fine. And yet the sisters have the needs and the encouragement, and they became much more venturesome. My fear is it's also because they're much more needy. They don't have other sources of financing and funding. So over the 10 years, from starting in seminaries and agriculture, now as you can see, most of the money is with religious sisters. It's just a fact. We don't decide that. You decide that. We don't set priorities. You should put a school here, you should put a... No, you decide that. We just provide the resources. This is where we are. I'm sorry you can't see it. Ghana, Kenya, Malawi, Nigeria, Rwanda, Tanzania, Uganda, Zambia, Cameroon, Ethiopia. So this was, this is roughly where we are now. See the top, 33 million dispersed. But because you paid it back, we got the chance to send that out again. That's where you saw the 41 million. So we only had 33 million to lend. But when we started lending it, you started paying it back. So we lent it out again. And that's now the 41 million you saw in the other slide. So look where we are. This is Shireen. If you don't know, Shireen is our impact and data visualizer. People get confused on this. It's in the annual report, the impact report you have at your desk. You'll see all of these. These are taken. But this is fascinating. This was at the end of 23. We had 64 borrowers, and this was their loan. 37 for agriculture, 20 for education, 2 for financial inclusion, and 5 for healthcare. So that was the actual loan. But those borrowers we're operating 2,881 social institutions. Do you follow me? So we have 64 borrowers, but these are the schools, clinics, hospitals, social centers that they are operating. So while this was for agriculture, you can see that these same people were operating schools. So anything that they were doing to benefit themselves because of their loan was going to all of these institutions. And these are the people that they are serving. Put your hand up if you're not following. Everyone's following, no? But you see it, and Shireen has visualized it for us. 64 borrowers operating 2,881 institutions. Because you tell us, we kill you, but you tell us. Finally you tell us these things, but we have to keep going back and back and back and back. You wonder why we are coming all the time looking for our data, so that we can show people. These loans, these institutions, these people are being served. And we also point to the Sustainable Development Goals, because our NGO sector likes also to know. And we haven't, I don't think anybody has done this in the church before. We do it in Caritas, it's very important. But to actually document the rest of the church's presence is quite new. Let's go on very quickly. These are jobs created. Again, if you look at your impact report at your place, you'll see it. I'm just highlighting it so that you can sort of follow it a little bit. We are very clear about our data. People supported. And this is the amount of money injected into the community. So this is not the loan money. This is what you made and spent in jobs and economic activity and purchasing. So we calculate what you generate through the activity of your loan, employment, all of that kind of thing. It's a little slide on Laudato Si. These are the different ways, even though agriculture has become a little less and education has grown up. These are the ways in which we ensure our agricultural projects are responding to Laudato Si. Crop rotation, organic manure, drip irrigation, minimum tillage. I'm a boy from the inner city Liverpool, so don't ask me too much about agriculture. But I appreciate it very much. Okay, comment, Bishop. The Laudato Si.
In my
being displaced in terms of fraction by education is not a very positive development for the impact. Agriculture is giving us food, giving us cash crops, and that is basically. Therefore, I would exhort my other beneficiaries, I mean not beneficiaries, partners, to ensure that we don't go for this soft landing, but we insist on this higher risk, which is agriculture, and we accentuate our supervision, management, so that everybody now has food security. Excellent.
You find friends in us, Bishop. We don't choose to do this. So we haven't displaced agriculture. It's just that education has gone much faster, and you understand why. But it's not that we've done less. We don't. It takes longer, but all studies say that it has the most pro-poor impact, as you know very well. So we struggle with it also. But point very well taken. Let's move on a little bit. Opportunities in higher education. I know this is dear to some people. We did an analysis of the 10 countries. And we found that there was a massive, particularly higher education footprint of the church in the 10 countries, 459 institutions. And so we are looking at ways where we can do a leap forward in higher education, particularly when you look at the youthful population of Africa. They're looking for jobs, it seems, you know better than me. Looking for jobs, they want political voice. Where are Kenyans? But everyone is the same, no? Our young people want participation, they want voice, and education, and the church has always been a good accompanier of that. So that's something that we're watching, and we looked at the numbers, and education is very, very present in higher education, particularly medical training personnel, which is a great contribution that the church can make. I'm talking too much. This was to try and show you, again, it's on our ethical lending. We own our ethical lending. We own you to take as much when you keep enough profit doubling the initial loan. And remember, this goes on and on and on and on and on. When you've repaid, this goes on and on and on. So that sustainability is very important. Its impact is still quite great. But maybe we need to do better recruiting, but agriculture is always the more difficult one to do. But we have, look, 73 million. These are projects, initial projects we've received. These are not, it's pipeline, not pie in the sky. So that's exciting for us, and then let's move on. And this is the pipeline. As you can see, we are now 2024 around 34 million. What's out there? You can imagine what the real need is, if that's just from our 10 project countries. And we're looking for more investment capital to allow us to do this. I think I'm nearly finished. Yes, so this is just the plan from 2023 to 2030. Per year, loans issued, 17 million in 2023. By the end of 2023. By 2030, we want 100 million. And this is projecting from where we are now to where that would be based on our pipeline. Patients from 8 million to 47 million. Students from 3 million to 20 million by 2030. We think we can deploy this capital over the next 5 years because we deployed the first amount of money earlier. We thought we'd have to wait until 26, but we've now deployed all of our capital. So that's why we are here pushing the next round so that we have loans there a few months ago, well no, a little while ago, and we opened the school in fact. And we did a video of my visit, and it was the only one that's left. So we were going to show that, not because we don't love all our other countries, but it was because Cameroon was the one I was just in. and it's the latest participant in the Missio Invest. And then when that's finished, the Cardinal will kindly come and I think address this morning.
Lies Cameroon, a country of cultural richness and an unwavering spirit. With 60% of its population under the age of 25, Cameroon's future depends on investment in education and development. Missio Invest recently expanded its impact to Cameroon, making it the 10th country where we operate. Our next big step, our 100th loan in partnership with the Diocese of Bia, which will enable the realization of a transformative educational project. This project has two objectives: the construction of affordable housing for college students in Bia and the expansion of classrooms at CUIB Entrepreneurial High School, currently ranked 30th nationally. QUIB's expansion will allow it to educate up to 1,200 students per year, a 25% increase in its post-loan capacity. Behind every brick and every lesson is the dream of a better future for young Cameroonians. In a context of civil conflict, the Church plays a crucial role as a builder of peace through development. Missio Invest joins this mission, promoting opportunities that bring stability and hope to communities. Together, we are building more than infrastructure. We are cementing a future of peace and progress. Mission Invest, blending faith and finance.
Brothers, reverend sisters and brothers, our distinguished guests, good morning. I'm pleased to welcome you all here in Kigali and Rwanda, the land of 1,000 hills, as we say, for this important meeting that addresses the vital link between faith, finance, and development. I am delighted to see so many old friends and new ones from so many countries across the globe. I'm grateful for our friends at Missio Invest for organizing this gathering here in Kigali, and would like to congratulate you on celebrating 10 years, as we have just seen, since the first gathering here in Kigali in 2014 to discuss this pioneering new form of support for the mission church. Going around the room, I see almost everyone here today has had some experience with Missio Invest, as some were commenting following this report of Missio Invest and this exciting new way of supporting the missions activities. Looking at the program, I see that many of you will be giving testimony throughout the day on the ways in which you have been able to access this new form of financing and grow your mission and outreach. Since yesterday, as we were discussing, we had been used to aids, financial aids for our missions, and this is a new experience, a new form of supporting the missions. And we are all looking forward to hearing about and learning from those experiences and the fruits that have been produced from the communities because of your dedicated efforts. And I think that this is one of the values of our gathering here in Kigali. We have come to share our experiences, to listen to one another, and also to learn from one another as we pursue the same goal of serving our church, our people, and our alone. The bonds of our fellowship and the sharing of our resources is not only essential to carrying out our mission, but is also an important witness that the church can offer to a larger society. Without this witness of genuine solidarity, the church is not carrying out its purpose to bring unity. The church is not only carrying out its purpose to all does society expect the church to play. This is an open question, and a wiser person might hesitate before giving an answer. But it is one that I have pondered since my appointment by Pope Francis as Rwanda's first cardinal, a question that many people rightly ask, both inside and outside the church. And perhaps, if I can modify the question a little, it might be better to ask, what role can society expect the church to play? On this question, I think there are valid expectations that are useful to lay out, and I would like to touch on three of them. The first, a place for promoting integral development. Integral development is a topic that is dear to the Catholic social teaching. First of all, the church can provide a place and witness that promotes integral development. Integral development has been described as the growth in potential of the whole person and of every person. The whole person and every person, without exception or distinction. More recently, our ecology awareness has come to see development within what Pope Francis explains as our care for creation, our common home, our common house, because we are all in the same boat. This means the physical, intellectual, spiritual well-being of each and every one of us and the natural world in which we live. It is part of our life. But as it is apparent to everyone here, the needs for development are large. In Africa here we feel it and we see it. For decades here in Rwanda we have embraced a community-based model of development, particularly in the development of microfinance tools that we are reinforced by the collective agreements and mutual support of a community. Here we have something we call Bimina. People put together their savings and in returns they will be lending money to a member and it will be funded back. And this mutual support has sustained so many families, circles, Asofi, they are Association of Financial Solidarity, characterized by mutual guarantee. A loan requires a guarantee, and the poor would not have a guarantee to give. This mutual guarantee. That is, they put together when one has faith. And they will have access for future credits. This is for saving and loans. One of the important lessons that we need in our developing countries is saving. Saving. These have been pioneering success, leveraging the strong bonds of community members to support the needs of one another and in return reducing the risk of a single point of failure for financial tools. Catholic parishes integral in their initial deployment in Rwanda nearly half a century ago. We know that when an investment is offered to a single person who then gets sick or encounters some major life event, such event can lead to increasing failures in one's life. But here in Rwanda, we try to remove that, those single points of failure and established financial tools that strengthen our community bonds while harnessing capital to promote individual, communal, and national development. And the Church helps reinforce these community bonds that provide a sound structure to this type of financing of sustainable development. It is a proud moment that Rwanda's Catholic Church is pioneering new investment tools for nearly a half a century, and we are continuing that tradition by partnering with Missio Invest in its new model of lending. Another key area of development is education. We have just seen the example of Cameroon, and also as the rate of the percentage of Missio Invest is in education. And our nation and region faces serious challenges in which the Church can and is making a vital contribution. In our countries, in the mission, you all know that. the church was the pioneer in education. And we still need to keep up to that, because it is painful when you see young talents that are lost because of lack of education. Talents that would be of great use in development of our nations and even the world. First, allow me to offer some statistics for the context of our challenges and opportunities. 70% of Africa's population is under 30. 70% they are young people under 30. Higher education enrollment is only 9% in Africa, compared to the global average of 42%. The economic returns for tertiary education graduates in sub-Saharan Africa are the highest globally, with an estimate of 21% increase in earnings. One additional year of higher education can raise GDP by about 12%. However, national funding for higher education is low. With the investment in research and development, it is just at 0.38% of GDP versus 2.25 in Europe and North America. Despite tripling its health workforce from 1.6 million in 2013 to 5.1 million in 2022, Africa still faces critical shortages and a struggle for the distribution of healthcare personnel, including in part because of the need for training and retaining staff. For all of us, it is a challenge when highly skilled personnel leave Africa in search of better jobs. I was encouraged to hear in Father Small's presentation a new form of a solution to these challenges, that Missio Invest, a new model for financing, is starting to take hold and grow from its early stages here in Kigali all those years ago. And I'm particularly encouraged to hear of the growth in education initiatives across the region. We need to invest a lot in education. The Holy Father, Pope Francis, published the Global Compact of Education. The sure way of preparing the future of our society is investing in education. And from the Global Compact of Education, as you may know, as some of our friends who have been working, last year we were in Abidjan, where we also promoted it, and it's upon different regions and countries also to develop that, because it is a great concern for the Church. When we went to present the African Compact of Education to the Holy Father revealed to us that the Global Compact of Education, he was inspired by an African proverb which says, to educate a child, it requires a whole village. So that's why it requires a Global Compact, African Compact. We are now developing Rwandan Compact of Education. so that we can ensure a better future for our society and for the future generation. This is a subject that is very dear to my heart, and as it is for many of us across the region, and in some ways is fundamental to the whole question of human development. All of us of our generation, when you look back where we started from, if it was not that primary teacher who followed us up, we wouldn't be here. So we think of our young people today. Missio Invest has done a simple survey in the 10 centuries in 10 countries in which it operates, and has counted in the region some 450 church-run higher education institutions, with almost 100 of them operating some kind of training programs for medical personnel. This is just counting 10 of Africa's 54 countries. So the church's overall contribution is likely to be much, much higher. While the contribution of the church to society has a long history, and not always an easy one, the promotion of human development of every person and every aspect of the person promises much hope in terms of providing sustainable incomes, as well as access to quality education and health care. The second that the society can expect from the church is the church is a place that fosters meaning and hope. Hope is a word that is dear to the Holy Father, and the theme of this year of Jubilee. In that context of hope, I would like to propose a second significant contribution that the church can make to society through fostering meaning and hope in society. Indeed, we are celebrating this anniversary of Missio in the Jubilee year of 2025. The arrival of the gospel in Rwanda. So we always celebrate the double jubilee. Our Holy Father, Pope Francis, has called for a time of renewal under the banner of pilgrims of hope. Hope provide that meaning and purpose of life, especially when crises arise. In that way, the church listens to the people's hopes and aspirations and makes them its own. The meaning, that meaning is found in the lifelong commitment to help others finding meaning, hope, and to overcome life's great challenges. From health and medical support to schooling and education, to helping support for life-sustaining sources of nourishment, and of course, the lifelong commitments of nuns and clergy. That this all points to an option to believe in a God who made us and who loves us, our sense of who we are and what life is about becomes complete. We have God who made us, and nothing is impossible for God, who loves us. This makes us have a complete sense and meaning of life. And the church focuses on helping address the foundations of fostering meaning and hope by helping address the deepest desires of the human heart. For example, here in Rwanda, a consortium sponsored in part by Ministry of Finance collected and published data last year on life goals sought by Rwandans. This report showed that more than 3 million adults, that is about 37%, would like to invest or start their businesses, including 15% who would like to buy agriculture and business inputs and assets. And a further 33% have a housing or land financing needs. The majority of these financial needs are not currently met. The church is not idle in the face of these hopes and aspirations. Missio Invest is playing its part, along with the other institutions, to contribute to fulfilling these hopes. The numbers emerging from Missio Invest are encouraging, as we have seen, providing 100 borrowers across the 10 countries represented here today are sowing the seeds of development in the form of bolstering the creation and modernization of thousands of schools, hospitals, and agricultural facilities, most importantly having an impact on more than 8 million healthcare patients, 3.4 million students, and millions of others whose lives are impacting a real need. The third place is a place for promoting dialogue and unity. The third and final contribution that the church can make to society is by promoting dialogue and unity. It is an important part of our mission as church because we have a mission of making people one family, the family of God, in whom we are brothers and sisters. At the heart of this desire for unity is an understanding of the dignity of every human person through the livings of thousands of years of history and lessons from our common ancestry and history. Unity and dialogue. By the way, this hotel is called Wumwe. Wumwe means unity. So we are in the house of unity. Pope Francis frequently reminds us of the heartfelt prayer of her teacher and Lord, that all may be one. That all may be one. That was a prayer of our Lord. Unity depends on actively listening to one another, listening and dialogue. This can be difficult when we turn in on ourselves and confound those with whom we have common interests or common beliefs. Isms, I had a teacher who used to say, tribalism, nepotism, racism, nationalism, ism. Keep those of your own and not to go beyond. And this is why the church focuses on advancing dialogue in a world that is full of strife and misunderstandings. The church, through its work to help heal, feed, and educate, nurtures the foundations of Rwanda and encourages a sense of humanity and common purpose of the people. And Missio Invest is investing in these most fundamental ways of promoting unity and dialogue. We know too well, even in our own countries, in our own country we have gone through atrocious consequences when dialogue is not reflective and of the inherent dignity in each person of our common home. We have also seen that in different countries, and here we have felt it so strongly. Rwanda knows this difficult and painful journey perhaps more than most. Yet we have striven to come together as a nation with a common goal of achieving sustainable development goals for all of our people. We are home to Africa's Center on Sustainable Development Goals, established a few years ago. We were talking of Vision 2020. Now we are talking of Vision 2050. And which is already helping our national star shine bright in the region and on our continent. Working together, we become a hopeful, unifying nation, unifying community. Missio Invest expresses this unity by fostering common sharing, not just of financial resources, but of know-how, expertise, and basic solidarity. We do not act as a business, but as a community of believers, sharing their lives and their resources for a better future for all. We know, however, that there is much more work to be done to advance dialogue and unity among our neighbors and in our region as we strive for common achievements for our communities. Which is why I'm grateful for the grace of God that it has helped to inspire our leaders to come to a table of dialogue and understanding around conflicts in our region this week. My friends, we need to remind ourselves at times that in essence, the church loves everyone. No one is a stranger. No one is foreign to the church or is excluded from her care and concern. Yet, we are only authentic in our love for everyone if we demonstrate it in ourselves, among our own members. We are called to be a community of the reconciled, not mere business partners or like-minded people. If this is not evident to the societies in which we live, then our witness will convince no one, and our message will ring as hollow. Of course, we don't have all the answers for how to bridge the divisions and differences. But today, As I look around the room to friends from all over the region and the world seeking dialogue and encounter, there is a greater desire for unity in this room. Unity to remain strong needs to be watered, fed, and tended to in order to grow and sustain itself. As Christians, we must continue to repent and reflect on ourselves and help bring about transformation. The exercise of transformation of our hearts. For each of us are susceptible throughout our lives to failing to meet even our own standards for unity and humanity. I have seen and learned of unbearable tragedies through my time in ministry, and I have felt extreme moments of disunity and despair. We have seen it. But unless we, each of us, are pillars of community, of the reconciled, with all our differences and individualities, then our witness will be convincing to no one, and our message might appear as hollow. Our Lady of Chibero will have heard, maybe some of you may have heard about it. The apparitions are already in Chibero, recognized by the Universal Church. It's about 160 kilometers from here. And among the different points of the message of Our Lady on unity, she was saying, you are like, she was telling people, you are my flowers. The beauty of the flowers is when they are mixed colors. The beauty and the richness of the flowers is when they are different colors. The difference of colors does, instead of becoming a problem, it is a solution for beauty and for richness. In other words, our great strength is in demonstrating deep in our hearts our capacity for transformation so as to be an example to others of the importance of reconciliation. These are just some ways, fundamental ways in which the church can contribute to the wider society. These functions of the church demonstrate that far from undermining the development of our economy or businesses, it is playing its part in partnership with the others, the church contributing to the development of the society. There will always be a need for charity and emergency support for people, which the church will need and continue to sustain. But we are also a champion for sustainable development through innovative tools that we use, and the life-sustaining work of our clergy and nuns and parishioners to be innovative. Creativity is of great importance. And this is Missio Invest is the fruit of this creativity and inventiveness to find the alternative when problems arise. I trust we will enjoy our short time together. You are welcome here in Rwanda, all the friends and new ones. You might even consider our journey here these days as part of a pilgrimage that we are asked to take during the whole year. This year that lies ahead of us. I thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Kindly allow me to adopt the constituency, I mean the sisters. And I know, looking at the hall, that what I'm going to talk about this morning is not just about religious sisters. Because what I'm speaking about would also be important for our young African church. Because sustainability and stable income is important, not just for religious life or for sisters, but it's also important for the dioceses. And I'm glad that many of our church leadership are here, listening to what I'm about to present, so that they will encourage our women, religious particularly, to begin to think about how to join the mission of the church by building themselves sustainable and stable income. My theme is financial stability and well-being of religious women or of women religious. Financial stability is crucial for the well-being of women religious, as it directly impacts our ability to fulfill our spiritual, communal, and social mission. Financial stability allows women religious to fulfill our mission with dignity, security, and effectiveness. A strong financial foundation ensures that we can sustain our communities, support our ministries, and care for our aging members while remaining faithful to our calling. For organizations, including religious communities, it ensures the ability to sustain operations, support members, and fulfill our mission effectively. Here are some of the key reasons why financial stability is essential. And like I said, this is also going to be very important for dioceses, not just for religious women and for the religious men. Number one, we need to sustain basic needs. Because we as humans are in need of shelter, we are in need of food, we are in need of so many things. And when I entered religious life, or when I made my first profession 40 years ago, we depended largely on what the church can give to us. But as the church continues to grow in Africa, there's a lot of issues now with religious life not being able to meet our daily needs because we depended on the church. And when I say the church, we depended on the leadership of the church. Whereas it is time for us to grow and understand that we are part of that mission of the church and that we have to do our own, we have to contribute our own quota to make sure that we support what the church is already doing and that we can also take care of ourselves. Supporting ministries and apostolate is very important for us. Women religious engage in education, healthcare, and social services, Financial stability allows them to sustain these ministries and expand their outreach and to respond effectively to the need of the poor and the marginalized. Because majority of the work that we do needs sustainability. And many of the hospitals where we work, many of the people can't pay. In some of the poor areas where we have schools, many of the children in those schools cannot pay. And the sisters have to be able to source for income whereby we'll be able to help the poor. Instead of, in many places we do what we call school drive, and it's time that we stop all the school drive so that as women religious, we put some funds aside to be able to help the poor in our institutions. Number 3 is that we need to ensure health care and retirement security. We are not going to be young forever. As you are looking at me, I'm already 60 and above, and I'm moving towards retirement. And our younger sisters are there. And it's not like my community is very rich. So it is important that we have sustainable income so that we prepare for our future. So that the sisters, when they are growing older and they are no longer able to act, to perform serious and heavy apostolates and ministries, that we have what we can lean on. It is also important to have sustainable and stable income to enhance autonomy and sustainability. There is, like I said earlier, that we usually depended on the church. For the case of our religious life, it is important now that we begin to look for a way to sustain ourselves, to make sure that we have properties, we have investments, we have all kinds of things, and even like what Missio Invest. Congregations that were ready to borrow, and they took us to a place and they trained us on agriculture. And after that training, they took us to another place to train us on how to manage accountability, sustainability of the program and all of that. And even when we were having crisis during COVID, they supported us with funds. And I want to say that it's bigger than even what we can do for ourselves concerning the grant or the loan. It's also a way of evangelizing the people. Because in our area, people were shocked that women went into farming. And our eggs became the only eggs. Because there were other poultries, there were other farms around. But the people wanted to buy eggs from the sisters. And people wanted to come and work in our farms because they saw that the sisters are praying over the eggs and they know that they will sell better and they will make more money. So it's also a form of evangelization for us. And then for sustainable income, we also need education and formation of our members. We need to form our members so that in the future, our members can also continue to form the others and they can also get sustainable income for the others. Like in my congregation, I'm also very proud to say that many of my sisters are educated. Even the one that is running our farm, the manager of our farm, has a master's degree in mathematics. And she's doing so well. Whatever you are going to do, it is important that we have income set aside to train and form our sisters adequately. For us to have sustainable income, we must prepare for emergencies. Many of us in the past, we do schools, and healthcare, and maybe some social work. The Lord taught us some lessons during COVID. There was no school during the lockdown. We couldn't go to the hospitals. Everything was in shambles. We needed to really look inwards to say, what can we do outside of schooling and educating children and driving them for funds and hospitals? And it was beautiful because when this issue of farming came, we farmed. And now, not just that we had the big farm, all my communities, particularly where they can get land, we've encouraged them and we've supported them that every community must have a farm since we have the land. And a small farm, not that they are selling, farm for themselves. So we are eating organic food, we are learning, we are doing a whole lot of things with that. And interestingly, you know, during the COVID, people were coming to our house to collect food. Food from what we made from our cassava. We were giving what is called curry. We were giving oil. We were giving all kinds of things to people. So it is important that we have income that we put aside for this kind of issues. And when we engage in pastoral work, many of us want to be paid for the pastoral work that we do in dioceses. But we should come off that, because if we are doing pastoral work, we are also participating in the mission of Christ. So we must have funds, sustainable funds that we put aside, so that when we are involved in pastoral work, we are not doing it for the funds that we can get from it. We are doing it because we are doing our duty as members of the church, and that we are also contributing to the expansion of the kingdom of God. So it is important that we have a sustainable funds or income. When this is not there as sisters, it is a bit difficult. We risk financial dependency. And the risk is, you know, the Pope John Paul II said, not Pope John Paul, sorry, I'm addicted to Pope John Paul, forgive me. Pope Francis advised to religious women to work in the church, but not work serving some people, that we should work serving the poor, we should work in the peripheries, we should work in the areas where the church needs to be, where the priest cannot go to. We are the ones that are in the interiors. And in the process of doing this, we need our own income. And if we don't have our income and we depend solely on what the bishop can produce, or what I'm sending you to school, if I'm doing everything for you, if I ask you to do something, you dare not say no. So it is important. I'm not talking about disobedience now. I'm talking about knowing your rights, understanding what your rights are. It is not right without obligation. Knowing your rights, asking for your rights, but also giving your obligations, so that the church can continue to move forward. And then relying on others for financial support creates insecurity and uncertainty. What about if I have the intention of sending 5 sisters to school, and a sister is sick, and I'm depending on the bishop to give me all the money to take care of my sister? What about if the bishop says no? That means I can't do what I have planned to do. So it is important for us to have sustainable or some stable income somewhere where we can make our plans and go to school when we need to go to school. If a sister is sick, you need to take care of the sister, you can find the funds to do it. And then there's also power imbalance. If you rely on donors, when I talk about donors, I'm not talking about our fathers now at the bishops. I'm talking about the benefactors. Now in Africa, in Nigeria where I come from, there's something that's called donor fatigue, because we keep asking, and unfortunately we are always asking the same people. And even for the grants are going down. A lot of people would rather give their funds now to humanitarian groups than give them to the church. So the funds are no longer there. So it is important for us to think about what we, as sisters Africa can do to support and to help ourselves, so that we are not constantly waiting for donors and waiting for grants. And then, vulnerability and exploitation. I've experienced that myself. I belong to a congregation that's 40 years old. I'm one of the first members. And about 10 years ago, I was elected as Superior General, and there wasn't much. And I was looking at who can you ask, who can you beg for? And I was running around looking for funds. And then in the process of looking for funds, there are some people who really don't care what you do or who you are or your veil or anything. And they were asking for all kinds of things. And I told my sisters that we can't do this. That the Lord has told me, even though I didn't have a vision, but in my head I concluded that the Lord has told me to go and sit down and bring out my my cutlasses and hoes, to go and work rather than going around begging for funds. And then it can also lead to physical abuse. I have a group that is going around for fundraising. We stopped them because they were complaining about being asked for all kinds of sexual favors in return for funds. So after the second year, we just said enough. We will continue to work and see what we can do for ourselves. We cannot go around looking for funds and looking for funds in the wrong places. I'm not saying that our fathers, the bishops, should not support us, but I'm saying that it is very dangerous for us sisters to send our sisters out to be looking for funds. It's very dangerous because they can get into any kind of trouble, sexual harassment and the like. How do we now have financial independence? What are the strategies? If we want to safeguard the religious through sustainable income, this requires a multifaceted approach that addresses financial, social, and spiritual needs. By implementing these strategies, sisters can protect their financial future, ensuring stability, and continue to fulfill their mission and ministry. Some of these strategies include the following: diversify income streams. Number one, social entrepreneurship. There is need for the establishment of social enterprises that generate income, such as bakeries, farms, handicraft shops. It is very important now that we begin to think about social centers, all kinds of entrepreneurship, sewing institutes. I'm not talking about sewing institutes where you train others. I'm talking about institutes that will make things and sell, so that when you are using this kind of things, when you bake your bread, you know that there is a difference between charity and business. And all our prayers, our Hail Mary cannot put food on our table. All our Hail Marys, all our adorations, all the things that we do in our communities, we can ask God to bless the work of our hands. But it's important that we also do the things that God will bless. We can't ask God to bless whatever we are not doing. So it is time for us to begin to have those kind of stuff. Then we have to also invest in low-risk investments, such as bonds, stocks, and real estate. In the past, we usually say, and that this is part of our problem, as religious, we were not taught to be business people. We were taught to be sisters. And that's all we want to be, and that's all we were. But it has reached a stage where it is important for us to investigate what is going on in the world, where we can make more money than what we have. And if we keep our monies in the bank, they will just remain there. It is important that we take our monies to where it can increase, where it can make progress. And then grants and funding. I've talked a bit about grants and fundings before. It is not that it's still not possible to get grants if we are very accountable and we work with the if we are accountable and we do what we get the grants for. Grants are still possible, but these days it is dwindling, and we should take note of that. Then we should also look for donations from organizations that are doing donations and develop fundraising strategies, not like my own fundraising of asking sisters to go and beg individuals, but like if we have a proper strategies that we can use to ask for donation. And then asking for alternative financing options, such as the loan that Missio Invest gives us. And I'm really, like I've said it before, I'm very happy and I'm very proud to be one of the borrowers who have paid. And like I said to Matthew, who is in charge of Nigeria, I'm preparing to borrow another one for something else. So, I want to encourage you sisters, particularly, and the sisters who are in international congregations. Maybe it is important, I'm going for the international union soon, maybe it's important to talk to the superiors of the international groups. Because when you are in an international group, it is not easy for you to do things here without getting permission from the general. But I know that it is possible. Some of you are doing it, and I want to encourage you. The only difference between grant and loan is that you are proud of yourself because you are working. Missio Invest is proud that they are helping you to do it, but you are also proud collaborating and making sure that the funds that you get, that you are using them well, and that you are making the money yourself. That is very, very satisfying. And I can say that to you, that it is possible. All you need to do is work hard. Whatever problem you have, it is important that you share it with them. When we were having problem with poultry, we kept saying, hey, we have problem with poultry. I know it's difficult because of the African currencies that are not stable. They go up and down, but at the same time, I am an example of the fact that these things are possible. And I will borrow and borrow and borrow again until my community has reached the right state of life. Because we are a young group and we cannot get enough grants to do what we need to do, but the borrowing is supporting us. Thank you, Missio Invest. So what is important is that we also develop sustainable projects, like agricultural projects. Agriculture is the most difficult, I tell you. The one that I borrowed, I am also proud to say in the Nigerian Naira, after Matthew knows because I don't give him peace of mind, after the first money that we loan, after the first loan that we got, on our own, we have put more than 100 million naira in that same project. Not from that alone, not from what we got from it, but we've been looking for money from other small projects that we have, and we are doing. I mean, it's not just for the money, and it's also for the satisfaction that the people think that we are doing something great for them to feed. One of our doctors said, I cannot believe it, sister, that the sisters are the ones feeding the city. I said, yes, we are. So I am very, very happy. So it's important for us sisters to develop agricultural projects and make sure it is very hard, it's difficult, but it is doable. Then we also have renewable energy. You know, like all this solar system and all of that. We can invest in all that. Education and training offer training programs such as vocational training. You know, those kind of things are very important. Vocational training, education of our members, and education of the youth. Then healthcare services and clinics and homes. Then we foster partnership. These days, many agencies that even give grants, they don't want to give individual group. So it's important to foster partnership with ourselves. Many of us here will know about Eastern Foundation. Even we want you to come together, like 5, 6, or even a whole conference to come together. So those are important. It's also important that we have financial literacy, so that after putting everything together, we don't leave it in the hands of our sisters without education on how to manage the things. So we need to do financial education provide education and training for the sisters to enhance financial literacy. We need to teach and make sure that there is budgeting and accounting, to implement sound budgeting and accounting practices, strategic planning, develop a comprehensive and strategic plan, including financial projection and risk management. It is also important that we have transparency and accountability. And I think this is one of the areas where Missio Invest will go after you. If you don't have transparency and accountability, they want to know the progress that you are making. And it is important that even when we have finished paying, it is still important that you continue to ask that from those who put in charge. Then it's important that we begin to build financial reserve so that all the monies that we are making, we are not using them. Like when we are making our plan, we should also plan something that we can put aside for the future. And we must advocate support for women religious and for policies or programs that promote our financial stability. In conclusion, financial stability allows us as women religious to fulfill our mission with dignity, with security and effectiveness. A strong financial foundation ensures that we can sustain our communities, support our ministries, and care for our aging members while remaining faithful to our calling and charisms. Investing in sustainable financial management, ethical business ventures, and education will help religious communities remain resilient and continue our vital mission in society. Ultimately, financial security empowers women religious to live a consecrated life with joy, peace, and a greater impact on the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sister. Thank you, Your Eminence, this morning. We've lots of food this morning to think about, but you might have noticed the clock has chased us a little bit. So we thought this might happen, so we'll make some adjustments. We think it's time for coffee. We think it's time for a nice networking break right now. Maybe we can come back at 11:15, so maybe 20 minutes, and then we'll start with the substance of our education. So let's take a break. I think there's coffee outside. Time for a little bit of networking. Thank you to our keynote speakers, and we'll see you at 11:15 for our education panel. Thank you.
Yes, this is yes. This is umva sha birakunze man. Yes, so ureba ko azamuka se. Sha ntigiye mu hano hari off. Nyumvira ubuginga tu. Yes. Dosi ngaya se so yareye. None nayikuye. Byavuyeho.
Because if education does not contribute to sustainable development, it loses its purpose. And therefore, one of them is education and awareness. Education and awareness is pegged on what we say, learning how to learn. We don't just teach students facts and principles, but we teach them how to learn. That is how they become aware that they are also searchers for education. And one of them is education educate and raise awareness on economic, environmental, social, and sustainability issues, prepare our students to become leaders in their field who are aware of and can address the global sustainable challenges. This is very in consonant with the Vatican's and the Catholic Church value of what we call the integral development, because it touches all the areas of the human growth and the potential. Integrated curriculums. This we will use to train using curriculum that can equip graduates with the skills, values, and knowledge across disciplines to help develop effective solutions to the global sustainability challenges. So you'll find that what will happen, I think that that is a different, that was the earlier version. I have a newer version that I sent you earlier, but I'll be filling in the gaps. Global sustainable challenges and even the about ethical leadership. I think what bedevils the world is not that we do not have enough, but as the Cardinal said, we do not have enough because we do not manage our resources well. So it is a reflection of that. So ethical leadership should also be part of the integrated curricula. And so we also go to the research and innovation. I think we got, yes, research and innovation. It should be at the front lines of originating sustainable solutions, because we should be research-driven education sector that brings in the many solutions. At the University of the Catholic University, about
3 years ago, in collaboration with the European Union, the Erasmus Plus, we developed an innovation hub, and we have over 10 critical innovative ideas that are being developed, and also they are going to be incubated. So it's very important that research should meet these the particular issues. Also promote a culture of inquiry and problem solving. Again, as I said, learning how to learn, not just learning, but creating a culture of inquiry and problem solving. And also, research should also be solving societal problems. We have changed our strategy at our university. It's not a master's thesis. It is not just a PhD thesis. It should be a research that is aimed at solving the problems of the communities or of the society. Thank you. We can go to the next. Okay. Okay. As you opens, then we'll go to the other item about the role of education institutions in sustainable development is transformative learning. This offers a mindset shift through critical thinking, creativity, problem solving, and collaborative action. And therefore, what we want to do is that we need to collaborate as institutions of higher learning. That's why we are working, actually. We have just signed an MOU with the Catholic University of Rwanda and Goma, Sapienza University, to do this collaborative research and learning. And therefore, the transformative learning does that. It also guarantees future leaders have the information, abilities, and values to tackle current and future issues. I think the Cardinal also talked about this dialogue, a community of the reconciled. I think that was quite a key word in that. Therefore, extremely important to create that the leaders we are developing as Catholic institutions are top of the notch leaders, and therefore we shall not regret. Also, it should provide sustainable operations where we lead by example through implementation of sustainable practices within our universities. That's why we need innovation hubs. We need where we can develop ideas, incubate them, and help the developers to patent them, and then put them into the market or commercialize these particular issues. And this is what we are saying about sustainable. By this, what we are saying, we are not only creating students and graduates who will engage or will look for jobs, but graduates who are creating jobs. When they come out, they have ideas and concepts, and they can put them as business solutions. Also, the role of education is for global solutions. This promotes cross-cultural understanding toward addressing global challenges, so that we are not, I think we should be here also dealing with the issues of wars and conflict in the global platform, and therefore, as Catholic universities, we should be doing this. We are doing this in the International Federation of the Catholic Universities, IFCU, where I am the vice president, and therefore we can work on that. And the next one is encourage collaboration on global issues and cultivate a sense of global citizenship. What are the challenges to sustainability of higher education institutions? This is governance and insight, and therefore decision-making and implementation of processes and practices. If they are not there, the issues of governance and insight, these are challenges, and they have led a lot of our institutions to decline. The principles include management of resources like finance, personnel, also accountability, transparency, and participatory leadership. So it is also good. The other one is the institutional barriers. This including resistance to change, outdated curricula, lack of resources, and limited faculty expertise. And the other one is lack of strategy. You know, somebody said that culture eats strategy for breakfast. If you want to transform your institution, we have those gatekeepers, and they will not want those principles to be implemented. That's why we say the culture that is existing there will lead to a strategy for breakfast. Inadequate infrastructure, low non-tuition income, among others, due to economic situations, because a lot of our universities, especially in Africa, are not able to raise the adequate fees because of the economic factors. This they limit institutions' ability to invest in quality education, research, and infrastructure. And also increase in student enrollment has surpassed the infrastructure capacity in many institutions, including the Catholic University. That is why in our strategic plan, we have the College of Health Sciences, and we are also going to build it, and also we have the infrastructure, the lecture halls. That's why we are the highest loan, the loanee from the Missio. We got $5 million. And with that, we have bought 6 acres adjacent to the university. You know, land in Karen is $570,000 per acre. So when you're talking about buying 6 acres, it was about 36 million Kenya shillings, so which is or about over 3 million shillings. So that will help them increase our library, our halls, our accommodation, also work with the stakeholders, ICT, among others. So we can go. The next one, we are almost done, 2.5 minutes, at me I'm very short. The financial mismanagement and misappropriation. This compounded the financial challenges that Korea faced between 2012 and 2018. I'm happy the Secretary General of Amasei is here, who has been our council member. We had to pay $26 million debt, and almost another $4 million. So September last year, we paid the last installment of the $26 million. And since we did not have now, we had all the money for us to sustain operations. That's why we went to Father Small and the Missio Invest, and they gave us money because we did not want to delay growth. Yeah, we did not want to delay growth. So in the other issues is the underfunding of education institutions, the government underfunding, and other issues contribute, and then other dynamics like inadequate finances, political factors, insufficient infrastructure, non-performing loans, and even student enrollment. These factors pose existential threats to the university. And this is what created, when I joined, I went as vice Chancellor in 2018, we developed a strategic plan, 2018-29. We had to stabilize the universities because, as you know, there was quite a bit of debt and the faculty were not being paid. 2020 to 24 was transformational, where we promised our bosses, Father Makunde there and the bishops, we shall pay the $26 million. And to our promise, we paid the last installment on 16th September 2024. Now we are in the growth stage, and therefore the dilemma to succeeding at every stage has been in maintaining our strong Catholic identity while building a commercially sustainable university. So what we did, marketing. We had 4,300 students. Now we have almost 9,000. So when they came, we got together and said, let the 4,000 students and 500 service the loan, and the others will meet the operations. And we were very brutally faithful and zero tolerance to corruption. That was, we have fired a lot of people. When I went, the first thing we did was to carry an audit that showed forensic what has been happening, and we had to correct it with a brutal. That is now the problem of the priesthood. Yeah, so rethinking our financial model. Having experienced the traditional financing system, was ready to embrace a financing model that values faith, integrity, and social transformation. Because parents have a choice to make. If we are just like any other university, they will not bring the kids to us. But when we promise that they are going to have this integrity, we teach the social teaching of the church to every student as an examinable unit and scripture. So they know that we are trying our best. Therefore, the work of Missio speaks for itself in making Catholic Church institution sustainable through strategic and friendly funding model. So we are extremely happy because even Father Small talked about this. The second and last page is what we did, that Missio Support has given Queer the opportunity to purchase land for a College of Health Sciences, which will serve even low-income communities near Queer, because there will be not only a college, but a referral hospital, even for other Catholic universities in the country. We have been talking to the bishops so that they will make Catholic university referral being one. So I'll be able to pay Missio very quickly. Then we develop a tuition block due to the annual increase in the number of students and new market-driven programs, where we had 4,300 in 2018 to over 8,600 in 2024. The financial assistance received from Missio Invest is beneficial because it has a low interest, it is stable, it is well negotiated and manageable interest. And as you can be able to know, it has no security. He said the security is our faith in Christ. So we will also subscribe to that. So then strong partnerships. Paid Missio experts invested that Missio Invest to ensure project success. We are working with the experts at every level, so that they also tell us if it's a construction, they have engineers who will come and tell us, no, this quotation is too high. So they will advise us on a sustainable development that is cost effective, and therefore the next one we can go the last one. So the way forward for us, education institutions is leveraging on collective resources, spiritual and financial. And number two, strengthening partnerships, working with other universities, Missio Invest and other organizations and researchers is essential to build global coalitions for sustainability. Measuring impact, that is the cardinal what the Father Small talked about that. Monitoring and evaluations and lessons learned. At every stage, we need to do that. M&E and L. Develop mechanisms for assessing the impact of sustainability initiatives in our universities, both within and in the broader community. Then number four, as a way forward, is to embrace proper governance, transparency, and accountability. Number five, engaging stakeholders with all including the church, students, faculty, staff, alumni, other universities, corporates, government, and the community to spur education and development. So we need to invest part of our tuition and part of our income to engage the stakeholders to remain relevant. And finally, the strategic is strategic. Have risk management, and it is good to have what we call the risk matrix. We have a risk matrix which tells if X happens, what will happen. So like we said, if we have a tragedy, we'll continue to learn. And when we COVID hit, we actually transitioned to 100% online learning. So risk management, planning, and audit-based processes. And the last one is the capacity building. I wish to let you all know that we are offering full funded scholarships with pocket money for PhD in theology and canon law. And if you just go Google the African Center of Excellence in Theology and Canon Law, I got some funding, and that is capital again. So please apply or see me by the side. Thank you very much.
I'd ask the participants to take their place for the panel discussion right now, very quickly. Father Eugene, you are leading this. I think we can do this until 12:15. At 12:15, we have to have our financial inclusion presentation for 15 minutes. At 12:30, we will have our panel until 1 o'clock. And because we had some snacks, you shouldn't be too hungry. But we push lunch for half an hour because there's such rich piece. While you're doing that, we're going to show a very brief 90-second video. But could everybody take the floor, please?
May I call? Education changes lives. In Africa, where the youth population is growing rapidly, access to safe, quality education is critical. The Catholic Church has led this mission for nearly 2 centuries, providing opportunities for millions of children and youth. Today, the Church operates around 33,000 primary and 10,000 secondary schools in Africa, educating more than 24 million children and youth. These spaces not only impart academic knowledge, but also social and spiritual values in a safe and caring environment. Missio Invest recognized the strategic importance of education and, in 2021, launched its first education loan. Since then, we have financed school expansions and dormitories in Cameroon, Ethiopia, Ghana, Kenya, Malawi, Nigeria, Rwanda, Tanzania, and Zambia. By 2024, education became our fastest growing sector, accounting for 61% of our portfolio. Missio Invest also supports women in higher education by providing safe spaces in hostels run by religious congregations. Our largest loan to date, $5 million, secure the expansion of health sciences at the Catholic University of East Africa in Kenya. In 2023, our grantees educated more than 3.3 million children in 2,371 schools. We invest in education. We invest in the future.
Excellencies, Bishop and Archbishops, dear brothers and sisters, welcome to this phase of our journey. We are now coming to the panel. As you know, the role of the panelists is to express some of their opinions about a given topic. Like now, we are going to talk about the topic that Mbugua has just started as the key speaker, to mean that it's about higher education and sustainability. On this panel, we are supposed to have Stephen Mbugua, the professor you have listened to, who is very, very interesting and really he has a point. We also have with us Sister Dr. Agnes Africanus. We are also supposed to have Lilian Gasango, Director and Administrator of Finance in Catholic University of Rwanda. If Lilian is around, please come and have a seat with us. Otherwise, just to avoid wasting of time, we are going to start. Maybe she will find us on the way. So I give first the game rules, just to save time. Each and every panelist will have 5 minutes on a given question, specific question. I prepared them. Then you will respond to that question for 5 minutes. If you go beyond, maybe you add only one. And later on, you will have another question common to everyone about the advice. So to start now, let me start with Sister Dr. Agnes Africanus. The name is very interesting, I liked it very much. Africanus is the Superior General of Immaculate Heart Sisters of Africa. She came from Tanzania. Usually we say charity starts at home, but being a Christian, I refuse this. Let me start from the neighbors, from Sister Agnes. So Agnes, tell us, after having listened to Professor Stephen, it came in my mind an idiomatic expression which says, the buck stops with you now. To mean, the responsibility now lies in your hand, or in our hands. So Agnes, what kind of leadership and governance, let's say governance structures, that are needed to navigate the challenges of expansion and economic uncertainty in education institution? Have you gotten the point, sister?
Yes, I have it.
Yes.
Thank you so much for this opportunity. As he said, I'm Sister Agnes Africanus from Tanzania. Because we have a very short time to contribute, I think I go direct to the answer. For me, what we need, I think we need transformative leadership. A leader who is capable of seeing the challenge which will be coming ahead of time and take precautions to prevent it from happening. So this leader, transformational leader, is a leader who is capable of sharing, collaborating, working in unit with his colleagues, with his team, with lecturers and the students to find solutions of problems. So, being a transformative leader, this leader must have a plan to have emergency fund, because not all the time that we can receive funds from, for example, Missio Invest. We are so many of us. So even if we receive those funds, it is good to make emergency fund for ourselves. It means that we have to save for a long time so that when this uncertainty comes, we have money to spend for us. We need also to diversify our financial system, to invest. For example, if you own a school, universities, we need small projects too. For example, in farming, in keeping poultry, having shops in schools, and other entrepreneurs activities, so that to make our schools go beyond those uncertainties that we may face. And always we should make our budget realistic, and also be accountable for the budget that we prepare and for it. And within the budget we prepare also, we plan how could set aside that small amount of money for the future in case we have problem. And also it is good, we are receiving funds from Missio Invest. It is good to have also plan how to reduce those debts. It is not good to have, you receive fund, then you don't give it back. That helps to have that hard cash for us to run our institutions. And also, as I've said, we need to have strategic for investment. Father, when he was presenting, he said that we need to invest so that our organization keep going. Instead of having money, then we use all of them without looking for the future. Be informed about economic trends. In the past, I worked with one of our bishops in Tanzania. He used to send me every day to bring him newspapers to read. We need to read and know what is going around the world. Otherwise, we'll be caught by accident that maybe the economic system is falling and we are not aware. So we need to be well informed of what is going on. We need to have a business plan, a continuity with business plan, which we evaluate to see that what we have it is what's happening. Otherwise, we need to adjust it. And also have adaptive financial strategies, which will help us move. Also will help us renew our investment plan, because we cannot stick what we've invested maybe for the past 10 years or 20 years. We need to update what we have according to what is going on around the world or within our countries. And then use professional guidance. We know that we're professional, for example, these certified public accountants, these people can help us, give us advice of how we can manage our finance in our organization, and then be able to collaborate with this. That is what I've prepared. Thank you.
Thank you, Sister Africanus. Abroad, you can just to save time. We welcome also Lillian. Is Lillian from Catholic University of Rwanda, Lilian Gasango, welcome. Yeah, the game rules here in this home, Lilian, is that each and every one of you are called panelists. Each and everyone receives a question. And when you receive it, you respond just for 5 minutes and enough. When you go beyond, you add only 1 minute. From sister Africans, we have just learned that we need an effective leadership, we need to save, we need to invest, and we need to be serious in management of resources. But something very interesting now. We have to read and to inform ourselves. Thank you, sister. I will be buying a newspaper as from now on. Not only reading what is written in WhatsApp. So now let's go to Lilian. Are you ready, Lilian?
Yes, I'm ready.
Yeah, my question is, what are the challenges faced by education institutions in financing expansion, building economic resilience and sustainability? What are those challenges? Tell us, Lilian.
Okay, thank you. My name is Kesango Lilian. I'm from Catholic University of Rwanda. And apologies for being late on this panel.
Don't worry, you are forgiven.
Okay, thank you. Okay, the challenges faced by education institution in financing, mainly, I think, it's somehow common for schools and universities. Like, one of the main challenges we face is the education cost. The education cost, which is not easily affordable to students who want to enroll in universities. And many students even fail to join the university due to that higher cost of education cost in the university. And thanks to Missio Invest, who supported us, mainly who supported us in giving us a loan to invest in education, mainly in health sciences. And also the government of Rwanda have tried to minimize that risk of higher education costs through investing, giving loan, and through that loan we get from Missio Invest. That's the money we used in building those health sectors, which governments are giving loan. Other challenges which are faced in education sector, it's getting the qualified staff. In some areas, there are challenges of getting qualified staff, like in health sectors mainly, it's more challenging to get those who are having the PhDs, and also if you get those ones from outside Rwanda or in other countries, the cost is high. And but through that, we try, as education institution, we try to collaborate with other universities so that we can have exchange programs, so that the students or lecturers can move from one university or one school to another. That's the solution for that challenge of high cost of staff, and sometimes in some areas there is lack of some staff. Another challenge mainly faced is this economic instability, sometimes the inflation,
and all of that, which fluctuates and it impacts all our operations cost, where it's really hard, like the tuition fees doesn't rise, and the cost of like buying those utilities, stationaries for offices and all others, they daily increases. Yet the tuition fees, we are having the challenges of lower tuition fees, and even we can't increase the tuition fees as it's even the purchasing power in many countries, they are not able to afford that. So if you increase the tuition fees, it will be a challenge. Yet on the international market, or all we need for the running of our schools and universities is daily increase due to that economic instability and inflation. As some of the resources or some of the materials we use in our daily operation, there are some we get from outside of Africa, and one of the solutions to that challenge, I think, for all of us, is to look for a way for homegrown solution, so that many of some of the materials we get from outside Europe, we can be able to get it around here in Africa to reduce that cost, and we try to stabilize our economy. Thank you.
Thank you, Lillian. You know, she masters her domain. She was telling us about the lack of qualified staff, about the problem of tuition fees, and the problem of, let's say, the lack of possibilities to increase these tuition fees, and so on. But very interesting, she landed on homegrown solutions. May I say something? One of the homegrown solutions is Missio Invest. Try it.
Yeah.
Try it again, you will see. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, we are coming to another topic. And now we are dealing with a professor. We have just listened to him, and we want to come back to you. Professor Mbugwa, someone told me in the past that practice makes perfect. Another one came later and told me that practice does not make perfect. Only perfect practice makes perfect. So now, when I go to what I know in religious domain, and someone told me again that perfection is not of this world. So what now I'm going to ask you? I'm not going to ask you about perfection, but maybe the best practice. I wanted to ask you the perfect advice or perfect practice, but no. Let me ask about best practice. So, Professor Mbugwa, what are the best practices which a higher education institution can adopt to attract financing with regard to credit worthiness and loan compliance? The Reverend Father Prof. Stephen.
Thank you very much. To do this, I have a few points. One of them is to be strategic and plan on the direction of the institution in areas of growth and competitiveness, because these are the issues that assure the institutional capacity to maintain its financial stability and also have a percentage of what the surplus from his own business. So it would be nice to have the vision, the strategy, and have clarity on the goals that we want to achieve. Financial, the marketing, because the customer is the one who brings revenue, and also being competitive. If we do not have a direction that we and clarify it, somebody said, if you don't know where you are going, any road will take you there. So it would be nice that we can be strategic and set our targets. The most important issues are the risk management. I had stated this. We are living in a highly volatile, complex, and agile environments. And things are changing. The landscapes are changing on all of them. And therefore, even competition just put it in that glass, because we need to be aware all the time and know how are we becoming relevant. Do we remain our relevance by our quality of programs so that we can attract the people? Because we know that money follows good qualities. So you do not need to, you just have to be excellent in what you do, and money will follow you because you have created. Credit worthiness is very important because it's the magnet you invest to attract further financial surplus and supplies from like Missio Invest and to grow. One of them is to increase the credit profile and attract finances. One should do the following: maintain strong financial statements. Always have the monthly balance sheets to see whether you are saving and you are also getting enough to pay the loans and the credit you receive. Also maintain a strong revenue to expense ratio. Yeah, you can have revenue, but the expense is higher than the revenue. So in economics, we talk about revenue to expense ratio, avoiding excessive debt or inability to pay the existing debt. Diversify income sources. Look for tuition fees, grants, endowments, commercial ventures, among others, so that one can suit the diversification. I also had talked about research, because research grants give a lot of money to the universities. If somebody gets a research grant, Korea gets an administration fee of 10%. So if there is 100 million, we get 10 million, and therefore that can help pay for the small Missio Invest. Also, we also need to be competitive, especially in the marketing, to increase the student enrollment. I said that we had 4,300 students, now we have over 8,600, and that really accelerated the payment of our, because each student brings a portion of the surplus from the fees, and therefore we are surpassing the economic or what we are calling the income and expense ratio. We also need to develop partnerships with industry and other institutions to attract funding for curricula, for what they do, and even training the industry. Like in Kenya, we have now a program at the university, and it is giving us quite a few millions. We are training the industry on financial sustainability, the tax compliance, and the labor regulations, because these are the ones that are eating even the church institutions. So that also gives a lot, because we have these partnerships of knowledge sharing. Online programs also are very good. They should not be the main, because online programs cost less than 50% of the real tuition. So you have a balance, because there's a sector of our customers that cannot come to class. And then finally, you create a strong credit rating, ensure positive credit history, ensure open communication with Missio Invest about financial plans, growth and strategies and challenges, and also loan compliance and institutional governance. It's always good to know it is very important. And also align with the lender repayment terms, that is the principal, the interest rates, the grace periods, and the covenants thereof. And therefore, create also reserve funds. I think it had been said, I don't want to say that. And then publish annual financial reports to stakeholders that will help to develop their trust in you. Most banks do that. Even us, we can do that as an institution. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Mugwa. Very good. I'm not good at this topic, but the little I got is about excellency in whatever we are doing. It's about consistent and regular financial statement. It's about also to be competitive on the market. It's about partnership and online programs without forgetting credit rating and effective communication. And this is the little I can have. Imagine those who are better than I do, they have got so much elements. So now we are coming to the end of our panel. Someone said again that many people receive advice, but only the wise profit by it. I guess we are all wise men and women, and we can profit from the advices given by these, let's say, specialists in their domains. So now, I'm going to ask you to give us just an advice. It seems that now the time is over. The time was so short, but the advice needed maybe will be given in another way. Now I can only thank you for your time, for your technicity, and whatever we're going to receive from you in the future, in the time to come. Thank you. We can applaud for everyone.
Rwanda Stock Exchange is trying to...
Can you hear me?
Is connecting.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Can you hear us?
Can they hear you? I'll put the camera.
Yes, we can hear you.
And the camera, can you see me? I'll put it.
Yeah.
I'm going to put the camera, but I can't see.
Yes.
Okay, almost so you can hear me. Yes, Godfrey.
Yeah, so you can start.
Can you hear me? Video? Can you hear me on the video?
Yes, we can hear you. But we cannot see
The
you.
camera have turned it down. Okay, let me try something. Can you hear me? Our brothers and sisters in Christ present and those following online, esteemed partners and invited guests, please allow me to stand on our already established protocols. It's an honor for me to be here today, although virtually, technology is allowing some, but not others. But I'm very glad to be among the key leadership from the church, governments, civil society, and fellow faith leaders. This conference serves as a critical moment for us to engage and forge stronger partnerships to promote sustainable development across the continent. The central goal of this conference is to explore new ways the church can ensure sustainable financing to support its mission of service and development, ensuring impactful contributions in key sectors such as education, healthcare, and financial inclusion. Africa never ceases to amaze me. Africa represents the fastest growing region for the global church, both in terms of religious affiliation and in terms of its role in shaping social development across the continent. The church's work goes beyond spiritual care, extending into vital services like healthcare, education, and economic empowerment, all of which are essential for Africa's future. As Africa's population continues to grow, so too does the need for adequate resources to support the church's mission. Sustainable financing is essential to ensure long-term impact in key areas such as education, healthcare, and economic inclusion. Borrowing from Missio Invest on the continent alone, over the past decade, Missio Invest has invested $37.4 million and in 110 projects across 10 African countries, and more is to come. These investments have directly contributed to improving the lives of millions, supporting initiatives that align with the church's mission of development and service. This kind of work is a perfect example of the gospel in action. Job creation, over 32,000. Among the jobs created, 64% owing to women. We are talking sustainability. Medicare, a lot of Medicare has been provided to more than 80 million people. Education, economic empowerment, and environmental impact. Planting trees, promoting sustainable environmental practices. On the education front, Africa's youth population is growing rapidly, and there is an urgent need to provide them with quality education. The church, through its institutions, plays a vital role in offering education to young people, but it needs resources to scale and improve its educational offerings. Investment in education is key to unlocking Africa's potential and empowering the next generation to become leaders in business, government, and civil society. In healthcare, access to quality healthcare remains a major challenge in many parts of Africa. The church has long played an important role in providing healthcare services, especially in rural and underserved areas. By promoting sustainable financing models, the church can further expand its healthcare efforts, ensuring that millions more people have access to essential healthcare services. And financial inclusion, lack to access to financial services is one of the key barriers to economic empowerment in Africa. Here are a few demographics for illustration. This is for Rwanda. The adult population 16 and plus are 8.8 million. 44% are youth, 16 to 30 years. 52% are women, 69% live in rural areas, 67% have access to primary education and below. 24% practice farming, and 87% have access to the phones. So in our country here, 96% of our adult population have access to financial services, both formally and informally. However, Rwanda has also a low banking uptake, only at 22%. This is the same as Tanzania, higher than Uganda at 14%, lower than Kenya at 44%, Nigeria at 52%, and South Africa at 84%. We say that Rwanda digital financial services increased from 30% from 2.1 million to 73%, or 5.9 million people in 2024. However, what does that mean? It does not tell the full story. Though as we have a long way to go. These targeted numbers are not talking about savings necessarily, which is what makes up long-term investments. However, the future can be worked on. Through targeted initiatives, the church can help provide financial inclusion, particularly to marginalized communities. Financial services are not just about offering loans, they are about enabling individuals to start businesses, support their families, and invest in their future. Going back to Missio Invest, which focuses on supporting sustainable and impactful projects across Africa, it aligns with the values of the church by focusing on well-being, empowering communities, and making long-term investments in Africa's future. So on our part, our work individually, yes, is good. The church, government, or missions like Missio Invest, we are good, all individually, but a lot can be achieved without working in silos or in isolation. Collaboration between governments, the civil society, and other faith-based organizations is essential to create a network of support for the church's mission. We must work together to identify new ways of financing development and ensuring that resources are used effectively. There are key opportunities for financing. This gathering serves as an important platform for learning about new financing opportunities. It is crucial to keep exploring innovative financial models such as impact investing, social bonds, and partnerships with the private sector to support sustainable development. Engaging with development experts and faith-based leaders can provide valuable insights into the best strategies for scaling impact. Already, Missio Invest has shown us the way. They are already committed to offering both financial support and technical assistance to ensure the success of many of the projects. However, a lot needs to be done looking at the needs ahead and the winds blowing in different directions, especially in the world order and geopolitics surrounding us as we know it today. On our part in the financial market industry, we know contribution to development is of paramount importance. As the CEO of Rwanda Stock Exchange, I believe that capital markets have a crucial role to play in supporting social and environmental causes. Through innovative financing mechanisms like green bonds, impact funds, and sustainable investments, the Rwanda Stock Exchange and our markets in general here in Rwanda and the region, we can partner in helping raise capital for projects that align with the church's mission. That is alternative financing. We can leverage on the financial markets for development because the markets are uniquely positioned to facilitate sustainable investments that directly contribute to development in key sectors. We are committed to supporting the financing of projects related to education, healthcare, environmental sustainability, and so on. As the church plays a crucial role in Africa in promoting education, healthcare, and financial inclusion, but requires sustainable financing to maximize impact, we are all ready to work with you on the success of Africa. That proves that the right investment and partnerships, the church can continue to make meaningful contributions to the development of the continent. My call to action is, let us commit to working together to explore new avenues for financing, technical assistance, and collaboration. By combining our efforts, we can ensure that the church's mission of service and development continues to thrive, leaving a lasting legacy for future generations. Thank you to all the leaders, partners, and collaborators for your dedication to Africa's future. I thank you for your attention.
And the people can take their place from the financial inclusion panel, please, as we watch a video.
The dream of a better future starts with opportunity. In Africa, millions of small entrepreneurs are seeking access to capital to transform their ideas into sustainable businesses. Since the 1980s, microfinance has revolutionized the economy in Africa, enabling vulnerable communities to access small loans and financial services. Today, thanks to innovations like M-Pesa in Kenya and Finca in Uganda, more people can manage their future. Missio Invest supports this vision through its support of Hafecom in Uganda and Ave Maria Multipurpose Investment Ltd. in Nigeria. In 2023, these institutions helped 30,000 micro-entrepreneurs grow and improve their quality of life. Thanks to Missio Invest, AMIL has expanded its ATM network and modernized its financial systems, bringing banking services closer to those who need them most. Microfinance not only boosts economies, but builds hope and stability for future generations. We invest in small businesses. We invest in big dreams.
Well, after that wonderful intro speech by the CEO of the Rwanda Stock Exchange, we will have a very short panel on financial inclusion. We have Respich Kimati, the Managing Director of Mkombozi Bank in Tanzania. We have Amaka, who is here from thank you. And we have Charles Ngoma from Hofokam in Uganda. And we have Father Gabriel Opemi from Ave Maria Multipurpose Investment Limited in Nigeria. So I would like to start with Charles. And I'm wondering if you can describe the story of how Hofokam started, its core mission, and how you've grown it from what was once a small very small village-based financial institution into the successful MFI that Hofokam is today.
Thank you. Charles Singoma is my name. I'm privileged to be the Managing Director of Hofokam Limited, located in Uganda, in western part of the country. Hofokam, the commencement and evolution of this institution, it was established in 2003 by the 3 Catholic dioceses located in western Uganda: Hoima Catholic Diocese, Fort Portal, and Kasese. The institution is 100% owned by those 3 Catholic dioceses, and it is limited by shares. Something to note, very critical, that it's a non-deposit taking institution. It's regulated by UMRA, the Uganda Microfinance Regulatory Authority. Hofokam was established with technical support from CRS, the Catholic Relief Services, alongside her partners, namely Masterworks, Trocare, USAID, just to mention a few. The intention was to respond to the plea of the economically active poor, who in other words could not afford accessing financial services from formal and well-established institutions due to lack of collateral. So the bishops came together and formed this institution. The top organ, which is the assembly of the institution, comprises of the 3 bishops alongside with their 3 respective Caritas directors. The institution has a vision and a mission. The vision is the preferred microfinance institution to the preferred microfinance partner to households in western Uganda. And the mission is to provide quality financial services to the economically active poor to enable them realize their full potential. And the second most supreme organ, as far as governance is concerned, is the board of directors. And each diocese nominates 2 directors, in exception of Fort Portal, that nominates 3. In addition to the 2 executive directors, I personally, the managing director speaking, and my deputy, who is the executive director. In terms of outreach, the institution has 10 branches, plus field offices. For that case, you can term them as satellite offices. But all these are located in the western part of the country, ranging from Karuma up to this side of the western country, bordering Mbarara and the like. And geographically, we operate within a radius of more than 22 districts, all of them located in the western region. And apparently, we have a clientele base of around 15,000 customers whom we're serving, and we're continuing to grow. In terms of staffing, we have 131 staff. Also, balancing the equation, 46% are female, whereas the difference, balance, are male. In terms of portfolio volume, we have an excess of in terms of contribution society, Hofocam does give back, plow back a few monies to the society in which you operate in terms of social corporate responsibility. But most importantly, above all, these dioceses, since they own the institution, on an annual basis, they get something in the form of dividends after making some modest profits at the end of the year. In a nutshell, this is the institution on whose behalf that I speak today. Thank you.
Thank you, Charles. You can tell Hofocam has really grown and expanded. It's been a privilege to be a part of that as Missio Invest. You mentioned that 46% of Hofocam's staff are women, which is incredible, especially in the finance sector. And so I'm wondering, thinking about that, and then also thinking about Sister Regina's presentation from earlier this morning about empowering women religious. Amaka, could you speak a bit about how your organization promotes gender equality among your own team and then also among the people that you work with?
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Amaka Okichukwu-Opara. I'm the founding partner of Weave Capital. We are a venture capital fund. We invest in early stage companies, typically founded and run by women, so it's a gender lens fund. We invest in the future of finance, so financial inclusion, climate-led businesses, as well as people that are training the workforce for the future, so that's the future of work. To answer the question, why, how do we incorporate gender and why is it important? I think it's very important to just state that a lot of the times when we talk about gender, we look at gender as sometimes a nice to have, almost like charity. Let's do charity because it's good and it's nice to have to support these women. Oftentimes, another way of looking at it is looking at gender as a screen. So you're looking at an investment or you're looking at a project and you're saying, is it men, women? And it's a screen and it's seen as almost like a barrier. And really, how we see gender is an opportunity. It is an opportunity that is very glaring and very clear. So if you look at it from a macro perspective now, studies have shown, and depending on which ones you look at, what is the opportunity for Africa if we were to really get gender equality? and really boost the production, and really support women that are already in business, you will see that the GDP for Africa would increase by, approximately $300 billion a year. All these conversations we're having around, how do we deal with out-of-school children? That's how. With the funding governments will receive just by investing in gender, you have enough money as governments, you can generate enough to actually support, for example, the over 50 million students, people that are out of school. You have enough money to actually put them in school because you're generating that money because you're investing in gender. So from a macro perspective, there is a massive opportunity. From a micro perspective as well, we've seen data that shows that when you invest in projects that have gender diversity, you see massive benefits. You see capital efficiency. You see a lot of female-led businesses are very capital efficient. You see revenue increases. We've studied lots of SMEs run by women, and you see a 10 to 12% increase in revenue. From a microfinance perspective, also very important, risk and credit risk, women have historically proven to be better credit risk. So really, I think the time has come for us to see gender as an opportunity, not a screen, and as an opportunity, not a charity. And to go into how we look at it very briefly, the first step is really, you start with the leadership. What is the governance structure of this institution? It's important to ensure that when we're thinking about governance, the board, the leadership, we ensure that there's gender equity and balance within that. Then you go into the team. And of course, it's ensuring gender balance within the team. But I think something that's very often overlooked is looking at gender across the value chain and saying, who are you working with? Who are your beneficiaries? What are your processes and systems that you've put in place to ensure that there's gender equity? I'll give an example with a company we recently invested in. They basically support farmers, and they connect farmers to off-takers like the big Olams, Dangote, flour mills, etc. And ensure that they basically get access to markets. And what was interesting is they are working with over 15,000 farmers. 40% of them are women. And what they noticed was when they were onboarding these farmers, a lot of the women would give bank accounts that were their husband's bank accounts or some male figure in their house. And this company that we invested in said, actually, we need you to be the one, we need your own wallet, we need you to set up your own bank accounts. And they started working with them, set up their own accounts. And what we saw, just by, what they saw just by doing that, they saw a lot of women who were financially included, and actually generating and seeing the benefits of the actual work that they were doing in the farm. So gender, I think to summarize, is really an opportunity and needs to be looked at holistically, not just from a perspective of team, it's really from leadership to processes, how you evaluate deals, how you evaluate companies, how you screen, and to the beneficiaries themselves. Thank you.
Thank you, Amaka. I like that you mentioned that women often have lower credit risk. I will say certainly within the Missio Invest portfolio, the sisters repay. So the sisters have definitely proven that to be true, and we also are trying to encourage promotion of women in management, even among the non-sister borrowers as well. So thank you for your comments there. So next, looking at Father Gabriel, I'm wondering if you could speak very briefly about how AML balances financial sustainability with social impact, and what have you found to be effective in ensuring that your services are accessible and beneficial to the underserved communities?
Okay, thank you, Jolly. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Father Gabriel Adeleke. I'm one of the directors of Ave Maria Microfinance Bank, Nigeria. Ave Maria Microfinance Bank is actually owned by Catholic Diocese of Oyo in Oyo State, Nigeria. Well, as regards the question you asked, not to waste our time, we actually, because our diocese is in a rural area, and I'm also one of the directors of the Caritas in our diocese, though we call it Justice, Development and Peace Movement. We observe that many of our people are actually financially excluded, and even the few ones that are financially included, we discover that many of them have been exploited by the commercial banks that we have. I feel that, based on my experience in the last 10 years, we'll feel that the financial institution is one of those institutions that are actually exploiting our people. So we try to see what can we do. We try to balance between the sustainability as well as the social impact. So we try to see the basic element of financial inclusion, which has to do with the accessibility, the affordability, and the financial literacy. So on the aspect of the accessibility, we try to see what we can do to ensure that we ensure the sustainability of the bank, as well as to ensure at least the social impact. So we adopt a strategy of what we call agency banking. Agency banking is a form of usage of POS to bring people on board. So we synchronize the machine, the POS machine, with our core banking, and we ensure that we have an agent in every rural community in our area, so that those who don't have opportunity to go to our different offices can actually use our direct agents to open accounts. And with that, we're able to bring a lot of people on board. And we also ensure in terms of the affordability that we do not charge large interest, unlike other commercial banks. We give an affordable interest because we form many of those women in groups. We deal more with women, try to balance the gender issue too that we'll be talking about. So we give affordable interest, some at 2%, some at 1.5%. And we ensure that at least we form them in a group. Because we discovered that one of the major problems of the financial problem is the collateral issue. So many of the poor can already provide necessary collateral that has been asked by the commercial banks and other major banks around. So what we do is to form them in groups. So they serve as a collateral for each other in groups, form them in groups of 10, 8, 15, thereabouts. So they serve as collateral for each other, and with their savings and others, we're able to use that as collateral. So we use that as a way to at least to bring them on board and to make the credit available and accessible for them. We also ensure that at least we engage in various financial literacy in different communities using different parameters and different avenue. We use our community outreach, we use the parishes, we use even sometimes we use the mosque to talk to some of our people about the necessity of bringing them financial literacy and all that. So we've been able to at least ensure that we balance the issue of the sustainability of the bank, because the bank has to at least be sustained, as well as the social impact, which is the paramount to the mind of the diocese. And with that, we've also, at least in the last few years, we've been able to bring up more than 10,000 clients. It's a young bank, actually, it's not a national bank for now, because in Nigeria, to really have a national bank, you're talking about 5 billion naira. So it's a growing bank, actually. But with that, we're able to bring many people on board. And we're trying to expand to see what we can do to at least to see how can we bring many of those who are financially excluded on board. Thank you.
Thank you, Father Gabriel. Yeah, AML has really grown a lot. It's been impressive to watch. And now, finally, Mr. Kimati, I apologize that you're the last to go, because it means that you have to be very brief and efficient. But given that we have many leaders of SMEs here in the audience, can you speak briefly to how SMEs can tap into more tools to enhance their businesses and access financing more quickly and efficiently?
Thank you. Good afternoon. I represent Mkombozi Bank, which is the Roman Catholic Church bank, by 60%. It's also a publicly listed company on Dar es Salaam Stock Exchange. The church owns 60% and 40% is owned by the public, by way of background. Now, SME is one of our clientele target. And what we do to make SME access financial solution is one, to address those limitations which SME face. And the bank has developed a strategy around the charge structure. We're looking at charge as our bearing in terms of products and solutions that we develop for the customers. And we have actually started with small Christian community as our base. Within that community, you'll find individual borrowers, individual savers, but also we find groups. We have a solidarity group loan program where we disburse annually close to $4.5 million in local terms. And this is basically to address the basic limitation that individual borrowers have, which is quality information, collateralization, as well as literacy, financial literacy. So by doing grouping, we can actually deliver a solution which is guaranteed and which is efficient for the borrowers as well as the bank. That's one. But two, we have actually also taken advantage of the structure as well in terms of the parishes, for instance. Parishes have a lot of financing and banking requirements. We have tailored solutions which actually addresses the need of those government institutions where we know, all of us, that transaction cost is one of the inhibiting factors to banking, especially the church institutions and not-for-profit institutions. So we have those solutions which are not basically expensive, and also we have simplified the information processing and as well as transaction based as well. But also we have looked into what the next level requires in institutions within the church. We have religious institutions and church umbrella who deal with education, schools, universities, but also health institutions. All this requires different form of intervention, and we have developed this to suit the need and operating circumstances. And to do all this, you must also consider how to reach out. And the bank has invested significantly into the channels, and one of the key channels traditional is branches. We have 13 branches, but we have also put money, quite a lot of investment on a digital platform, and we have agents banking as our key proposition on digital space. We are operating close to over 1,400 agents, but we are also in digital banking on mobile and internet banking. As we heard from the keynote speaker, Rwanda and Tanzania are not very far from technology on MNO telephones, and we have close to 70% of adult population on the telephones. They have telephones. So that means any solution that's based on the MNO telephone operators, we get a lot of advantage, and this is one of the key enablers in penetrating the SME segment. But above all is transaction cost, and we all know it's not easy to bank this excluded community because of transaction costs. And what we are doing is to address one, capital investment cost by looking at the easiest ways or solutions of investing in the channels, but two, to address the key fundamental cost of the bank, which is liquidity cost. Liquidity cost is the biggest operating element, challenge for commercial banks. And we are actually massively mobilizing cheap deposits. And that way, we are banking unbanked. We motivate them to open accounts. We actually penetrate these segments by giving them convenient banking options, zero-cost accounts, no monthly maintenance fee, no ledger fees, but to target the liquidity. Because in our operating environment, banking sector, commercial banking sector is facing massive liquidity challenges. And finally, I must declare, Missio Invest, we are actually complementing one another. We don't compete. And although we don't have direct access to financing support from you, but we know in the near future we'll have that, especially around the affordable structures to finance our capitalization, etc., which will see us into moving forward much faster than we are today. Thank you.
Joel's going to wrap up, but I just wanted to throw a little curveball. So, Amaka, would you invest in a sisters-run SME that develops digital wallets for every sister in Africa based on Bitcoin. We create our own currency. And which of the three here would be prepared to develop the software around that? I'm joking, of course I'm joking. But the idea of digital wallets at the level of every member, of a currency that wasn't subject to the fluctuations around established currencies. Is anybody at all vaguely interested in this, building it around church infrastructure, which is 80,000 sisters, 30,000 priests, etc.? Is that at all attractive to anybody? Finally.
Well, I think that works more with the youths. If there's a question if you are talking about the Bitcoin, I think that will work more with the youth and maybe the younger sisters. So that may work out for the young ones in the church, and many of them want to different kind of businesses and all that. So, but I wouldn't know if the elderly ones can actually operate on that level.
Well, thank you, each of you, for sharing a little bit about your respective organizations and all that you're doing to promote financial inclusion. We heard a lot about breaking down barriers to accessing finance, and about all of the ways that each of your organizations is seeking to reach the unbanked and the underserved by trying to minimize all of those requirements and barriers and making sure that we're looking at the full spectrum of potential clients to promote economic development. So thank you very much. I think next we have lunch, but before that, we would like to take a group photo. So if everyone could slowly move towards the front.
We could move the big chairs back. Yes, a round of applause for our criminally short panel on financial inclusion. If we could move the chairs back. We're going to put some of the whiter chairs in front, and then behind them we'll have a row of people standing on the ground, and then we'll have the rest of us behind. So that's it, perfect. So maybe we have 15. I would imagine Your Eminence would like you in the center of this. Thank you. Could everybody please stand and come forward? Please stand and come forward. Put the chairs very close, very close, very close, very close. Everything very close, like we're a real family. Teresa, our board member, if you wouldn't mind, and our other board member, Cardinal, please. Center, yes. Bishops, please come. First row, and we'll have a nice mix. Maybe I'll sit next to the Cardinal if that's okay. Everyone squeeze. Archbishop, please. Bishop, please. Archbishop. Everyone's going to have to look like friends. We're going to need some more. We're going to need some more of these veils in the middle. Could the veils make their way to the middle? I'm surprised you look really good. If folks sort of stand a little to the side, that might be, on this side, if you just lean in that way, that's right. Just push yourself over here, push yourself that way. Right in. There you go, sister. What do the photographers do? Okay, happy?
Okay, ready? Smile.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. We are back at 2 o'clock, please. Thank you. Thank you.
Resource for health crisis. With telemedicine, somebody in the urban center can provide consultation or specialized consultation to hospitals and clinics in remote areas. We used to talk about PPP, private-public partnership. I am proposing strengthening public-private faith-based partnership. You widen the collaboration, you reduce the burden, and it's a win-win for everyone. I'm proposing for regional Catholic collaborations, forming a Pan-African Catholic healthcare network if it does not exist, joint procurement for medical supplies to reduce costs, if hospitals in a diocese collaborate, if hospitals in a country collaborate, partner to buy drugs or equipment from one source, they are likely to obtain discounts and rebates based on volume and frequency of purchase. That way, the margin that you get as a rebate below the market can be used to do other things apart from buying the drugs to treat patients. So we have economies of scale based on volume and frequency of purchase. And we can then carry out what's called advocacy for improved policies supporting faith-based organizations. If we engage the government with the work we do and the data from the services we provide, and begin to reduce the tension between the competition of government facilities and faith-based facilities, we are likely going to get more results. And examples are there in Nigeria. Some states have partnered with Catholic health facilities, and the results were quite impressive. However, they were not sustainable because when there's a change of government after election, people have different priorities, and some of them are antagonistic to the church system, even though they benefited from it growing up. Conclusion and call to action. Catholic healthcare remains critical in Africa despite funding challenges. Number two, there's a need for diversified funding, stronger partnerships, and technological adoption. And I propose strengthening collaborations across Catholic health institutions, both within and around dioceses and nations for sustainability. As we continue to work within Christ's healing ministry, let us ensure that no one is left behind going forward. There are some references, and I thank you very much for listening to me.
Irene, just before you do that, Virginia, there's been a request for you to take the microphone and to do what only you know how to do at 2:30 in the afternoon after a big lunch. I apologize in advance, but this is a requirement of all of our gatherings.
Thank you very much. May we all be upstanding, please? Around here, we heard that we have Mother Mary of Kibeho, and she could come around and peep when we sing for her. So this is how we shall go. Mother Mary before me, Mother Mary behind me, Mother Mary beside me. Oh Mary, oh Mary, oh Mary. Then she'll hear the sweet voices and she'll come around. So let's get some space. Let's get some pace. Let's go. Mother Mary before me, Mother Mary behind me, Mother Mary beside me. Oh Mary, oh Mary, oh Mary. In our workshop, Mary, in the Missio Mary, in the afternoon, Mary, oh Mary, oh Mary, oh Mary. Mother Mary before me, Mother Mary behind me, Mother Mary beside me. Oh Mary, oh Mary, oh Mary. In the morning, in the lunchtime, in the evening, in the night. Oh Mary, oh Mary, oh Mary.
Okay. I'm lucky enough to have someone has done the energizer, so everybody is awake. That is good for me. So I would like to call upon the panelists that we are going to have a discussion with. So we have Sister Purity Wawira, Mother General from Felician Sisters. And then we have our Bishop Gabriel Edo Kumoji. Did I say that correctly? Correct, good. And then we have our Bishop from Arua, Sabino Odoki. Welcome. Okay, and then we have our keynote speaker, Dr. Emmanuel. Please join us again. Thank you. Yeah, please sit next to me. They said no one wants to sit here. All right. So this afternoon, we want to talk about something that is, I guess, very close to us, but also somehow very distant, healthcare. And I know we have a few members here who are running a healthcare service, but healthcare is important to all of us. Someone somewhere said, although not the best thing, but they said, somehow we are all patients in waiting. So we are all stakeholders in this discussion. And just to carry along from our keynote speech by Dr. Emmanuel, I want to start with Bishop Gabriel. Bishop, how are you? Yes? A microphone for him, please.
Thank you, I'm fine.
So our bishop is the chair of Keta Akatasi Diagnostic Center. Did I say that correctly? Akachi. Keta Akachi. See, I'm learning even here. So, Bishop, so we have our faith-based healthcare institutions and we have a long history of providing essential services, often, of course, in underserved areas. However, sustaining operations amid the rising costs and the workforce shortages and regulatory challenges that have been mentioned by Dr. Emmanuel is becoming more difficult even as we speak. So what are the strategies that have worked for your institution in maintaining financial and operational sustainability while staying true to your mission?
Thank you very much. And as you said, I'm Gabriel, Bishop Gabriel Kumoji, Bishop of Keta Akachi Diocese. And it is true that faith-based health institutions are vital contributors to health, and to sustainability and impact on global health, especially in the underserved and vulnerable regions. Their unique combination of spiritual principles and healthcare services make them to stand out clearly, because we are not after profit making, but mostly for services. But this time, we cannot also say it is only services, but we have to make some profit in order to help expand. I am in my diocese, we have 6 hospitals and the healthcare institutions which are very old. The first one was established already in 1954 by the missionaries. And our health situation in Ghana is also vital, and most of the Catholic health institutions are far in the rural areas where government facilities have not reached. And so these facilities were built by missionaries, and the missionaries had a lot of support from outside to begin it. And now many of them have gone, have reduced, so it has fallen into the hands of the local people. How are we going to maintain it? In Ghana, we have a memorandum of understanding with government. And the memorandum of understanding which we have has built a relationship between government and Christian, we call it Christian Health Associations of Ghana, which is Catholic is one. Other churches, Christian Council, are all part of what we call the Christian Council, Christian Health Association, which shortly we call it CHAC. And Catholic Church is part of it. And what we have, government pays the staff. Most of the critical staff must be paid by government, like how they pay government officials. And then also, they pay somehow, I can say, about 96% of the workers there are paid by government in our health institutions. And then we also follow the principles and rules of the Ministry of Health. But they allow, the formation of CHAC allows the Christian health institutions to also follow their own principles and policies. And so that's what we have. Apart from that, recently, a year ago, the Catholic Health Association in Ghana has formed a trusteeship. So trusteeship gives us a legal backing for our own policies which government must respect. And so the trusteeship makes policies that will follow exactly what Catholic principles and policies demand from us. And the trusteeship also foresee the training or retraining of staff and policy and conditions of services that should prevail in our hospitals. Then we have what we call internally generated funds. Those who are not paid on our staff, the internally generated funds from the hospital is used to pay them, and they may be about 4% if government is paying the 96%. The workers we have, which have to depend on internally generated funds, are 4%. And then with this internally generated funds, we use to buy equipment. We use to also do other important services which are necessary. And all these hospitals do not contribute to the diocese because the policy between government, any profit that is got must be implanted or used again in the hospital. So we continue to help them, structures, other things, but mostly their own efforts. We try to regulate it. We pay also good allowances from the internally generated funds to our workers, especially the critical staff. The doctors, we pay the allowances. Government gives a certain amount of allowances to them, but we also give them a very appreciable amount. So many of them like to work in our hospitals. But we also instill discipline, seriously. We try to motivate them so that sometimes they prefer our hospitals to government hospitals. And so we also try to maintain the equipment. This is what the strategy we use in Ghana.
Thank you very much for that contribution. I think from all that I get out of it, the power of partnership and realigning just how we look at things. Sister Purity, in terms of growth and expansion, I had the opportunity of sitting with you and I know you're in that phase, yes? And so we would love to hear from you. What are some of the challenges that you're going through in terms of expansion? And what are the alternative financing models or partnerships that you're looking at to help you go through this phase?
Okay, and thank you, Irene. I'll start by saying I'll build on what Bishop has shared.
Yes.
Only that the case here is different. There is a great cooperation in Ghana, the government and the faith-based facilities. Unlike our current situation in Kenya, where it is rather antagonistic. So I'll start by saying that growth and expansion is not just infrastructural, but we also think about growth and expansion in terms of the services and operations that exist in our facilities in the healthcare. And we want to say that in the face of the changing government models in Kenya, this is a real-time experience that we are going through. And so to mitigate this, we have to come up with strategies that are going to help the health care facilities that the church owns to grow and to continue asserting their position in the contribution in healthcare. It's going to start by saying that just like the rest of the Africa, where we say 40% of the healthcare is supported by health faith-based organizations, in Kenya is similar. 30% of the healthcare is owned by the Catholic Church. We have 497 hospitals, church-owned and recruit works. So there are many challenges when it comes to the need for growth and expansion, and yet if we don't face those strategies, the church gradually gets archived. You lose your power and you lose your capacity to impart on health. I would talk here of 4 or 5 major barriers that we are facing in the country, and I believe this can cut across many other African countries. One is financial. Why do I start with financial? We all know that when it comes to expansion and growth, whether operational or infrastructural, this is income-intense investments. We need big monies, and because our health facilities being faith-based, they are not for profit. We are not looking for big profit margins. Consequently, we are unable to finance the expansion and growth. So to get about this, we have to look for new models. I like what Dr. Emmanuel has presented, the new financing model, because we must look for strength from out and from within. What we can be able to get from out in the situation like Kenya, where we are not expecting the government to be the one to support that. Our situation, there is a different capitation model, the government is changing. So we have to look for other partners who are like-minded like us. And that becomes the meeting point for us now and Missio. Missio being part of us as a church, we find Missio as a very relevant and real-time partner whom we need for collaboration. I will give a case study of the hospital that I represent here, Mother Angela Huruma Hospital, which began as a little hospice taking care of the people with HIV and AIDS and restaurant cancer patients, restaurant growing to a level 4 hospital, and now has to provide the relevant services and relevant structures so that it can continue growing. So we have partnered with Missio, and they are helping in putting up an inpatient block so that we can be able to improve the services and also increase the people who can benefit from that facility. Besides collaboration and partnerships, we are also trying to do the IGAs, the income generating activities, and I do believe we can also be able to support our various healthcare facilities if we can be able to come up with the IGAs which can supplement for the resources. The second major challenge we are facing are the policies and the regulations which are very uncertain. I don't know how it cuts across the rest of Africa, but Kenya, I would say, is a case study for now. Our government has changed and the systems in place are really quite oppressive of the church facilities. So we have to see what do we do in the face of the changing policies and the regulations. One, where there is need to engage the governments constructively, we go for that. And that's what like, the Kenya Conference of Catholic Bishops is doing, engaging very closely with the government, trying to ask that they can soften the policies to make them friendly for the faith-based facilities. This effort is not just by the Catholic Church, but is united even with the other faith-based organizations like the Islam community. They have also joined hands to advocate for better policies. All said and done, when we cannot be able to negotiate further, we have to comply. Because if we don't comply with the government, then we'll find our facilities will be locked out. And so we have to comply when NP. Like in Kenya, we are moving from the one form of the national health security to another form of insurance, and so we must comply so that we don't lose government accreditation. A third challenge, which I believe has been alluded to by our keynote presenter, Dr. Emmanuel, is on governance. Governance of our health facilities. If they are going to start, we must move from the model of faith running to professional governance, corporate governance. We have to put the boards of management there. We have to put the right people in the right jobs so that they can do the right thing to enable the hospital to grow. A case for our hospital in Huruma, I would say, there is a functional hospital management team, professional CEO. We have enabled the team and we continue to structure in terms of the corporate governance to make sure that we do the right thing, the right policies are there, the financial policy, the human resource policy, the clinical policies, and all those. So we are structuring not only the block, but also the processes within. Another major challenge, which I believe this cuts across many countries, are the perceptions in the community mindset of our people. We have taught our people through the missionaries in the past that things are free, healthcare is free, you come to the sister schools or the church-run schools, they are free. People want free, that which is free. But we have now to go a step higher to educate the people on the health facilities owned by the church as social enterprises that must be professionally run to make sure that they are self-sustaining and the surplus can be plowed back for growth and expansion. And in this regard, we have to engage on massive education of the people's campaigns, advocacy, explaining to the people why they need the uptake of insurance, why they need to do preventive care of their health so that they can continue being relevant stakeholders to these faith-based healthcare. Why are we saying relevant stakeholders? They're the ones who are coming there to take the services, the products, the care, but they should feel responsible to contribute to the growth of those health facilities. A fourth one is the human resource training and retention, as has been explained, is again a restriction on the crowd, and this we are trying to mitigate by outsourcing what we cannot hire. If we cannot be able to hire maybe a full-time surgeon, we outsource, we partner with them. They'll come as the consultants, they offer the services, and then they can be paid for those services. And finally, I would like to talk about the ratio of the staff vis-a-vis the patients. The World Health Organization recommends one doctor for 100 patients, for 1,000 patients. In Kenya, the situation is different. We are finding ourselves one doctor for 1,700 patients. Those are the figures we have, which tells you the cost for training in healthcare is necessary, and we can consider that as another area of growth and expansion in our healthcare facilities, that we can train but able also to come with strategies for retraining them when we have hired them. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sister Purity. That's a lot of information, which is very useful. I hope you got that part where she mentioned that there's an issue with mindset, and that we all have a duty to offer mass education around healthcare and why it should not be free, and the issues to do with prevention. Because I think that's a role that all of us can do, not necessarily the hospitals alone. We could partner. Someone spoke about partnership here. And then finally, to Bishop Sabino, we're now looking forward. I liked the first presentation. It had looking back, looking along, and looking ahead. Yes, so now let's look ahead. So there's all these issues to do with digital transformation and AI and all that. So what do you see as the role of the church in the future of healthcare? Yes.
Okay, before we look forward,
Okay.
I think they should know what we are doing also.
Okay.
And also to know me.
Yes, please.
I'm Bishop Sabino Ushano Dwape, the Bishop of Rwanda Diocese.
Yes.
And I come from Uganda. My diocese is in the northwestern part of Uganda. So we are neighbors to South Sudan. They are north of us. We are neighbors to Democratic Republic of Congo. They are west of us. And these are all countries with lots of challenges. So my diocese is hosting refugees from these countries. And from South Sudan alone, we have 1,050,000 refugees, all in one single diocese. And from Congo, 35,000. My diocese is a large one, with a population of 2,360,000 out of a population of 3.5 million people. So the Catholics make 70%. And we have 8 vicariates, 16 deaneries, and also 67 parishes. So it is a large diocese. And most of the services for the people are provided by the church, like education. We have at least 450 schools run by us. So our education department is very busy one. Then we have one hospital and 2 grade 4 health units, which are almost at the level of hospital, and we have 14 other health units. So we are also very busy with the healthcare services. And we have the regulator, the government, so all these health units are licensed. So we have to be compliant to government policy. And in our conference, we have got the Uganda Catholic Medical Bureau that supervises our hospitals. We do grading, and the hospital or health units must qualify to be licensed. So there's a lot
our health units have to do to qualify and operate, which I think is very good because it helps us to give quality service. And other key partners we have are the joint medical store. It is founded by the Uganda Catholic Medical Bureau and the Protestant Medical Bureau. That's why we call it Joint Medical Bureau. I'm glad that one of the bishops from the Anglican Church is here. Bishop Magesi, where are you? Okay, we are in partnership with Bishop Magesi in this healthcare service. So Joint Medical Store is our main supplier, and they have been also using our property to bring medicine to give to the different health units and pharmacies. And in the last 10 years, this business has grown so much that they kept on changing from one store to the other. After a short time, it's not enough. They look for another place and so on. At the end, they asked us as a diocese if we could find solution to this problem and be a partner in giving these health services. So we took the challenge to build a big pharmaceutical store, which will serve the whole of West Nile, South Sudan. They all come to Arua, to my diocese, to collect medicine. And Eastern Congo. So we have taken up this project, and with the help of Missio Invest, we are building the store, and it is near completion. Right now, they're doing the roofing. So thank you very much for your help. We hope that by May we complete this work, and we shall invite you for the commissioning, which is likely to take place in June. The challenge that I have seen in our medical services that will help me to answer the question of our moderator is that I've visited many of the medical units, hospitals. They have not yet embraced digital transformation. Only private hospitals, which are very expensive, they are not for our people, are the ones who have embraced. When I go to our hospital, like Rubaga, in Kampala, Lacho, in Gulu, or our own Maracha in Arua, the services are so slow. If somebody is coming, dying, may not survive. They are looking for the paper, they are looking for what. And when I complain, they say, this hospital or health units are meant for the poor. For you go to the one of the rich people. So you can see this kind of answer. Are good services only for the rich? No. So this is the challenge I see we need to address. To bring new technology in our health services. What you call digital transformation. This is where we have to go, so that the poor also, they come and be served. Not spend 1 hour, they're looking for their paper, they're asking you for the card. Even recently I forgot my card. It took me half an hour. I said, but you see, let me come another day. They said, no, you wait, we are going to find it. So I'm appealing that in our partnership, which now Missio Invest is our new partner, and partners to many of you, we should embrace digital transformation. We should add values to our existing hospitals so that we can still be at the top. If we have this system, the poor will have time also to work. They can't get treated, they go back to do whatever they can do, instead of just wasting time. The world of today is very competitive. New technology has changed how we do things. We cannot remain in our old system and still think to survive. So this is my appeal, that in our partnership as we continue, we should also venture into providing new technologies, ICT. I'm happy to say that Joint Medical Store has got good system. They can monitor all the hospitals they are serving and see how they are doing, and this is good. Now we need to expand it to also services to our clients. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Bishop Sabino. Dr. Emmanuel, so I would request you to just round up with a few reflections. I know you had mentioned a lot during your presentation, but just to give us one or two things we can take away that can help us to remain resilient and relevant as Catholic Health Services, even as we move forward.
Thank you very much, and thank you everyone for listening to me. Missionarize medical services. Missionarize medical services, healthcare. Is to build the capacity of the healthcare worker on
It's blood pressure checks and all that. How many of us have checked their blood pressure?
But builds a healthier future for everyone. We invest in health. We invest in lives.
Thank you so much. I first thank Father Small for having invited me to come here. I know it was so abrupt, but I was able to make it. I'm called Brother Osias Misrize. I come from Rwanda Diocese. I belong to the congregation of Marian Brothers. As you can see in the photograph, that is our habit. And we took a group photo with our bishop, his presence with us today, Bishop Sabino Chanodoke. I do work on the farm, it's called the Dogo Farm, in sustainable agriculture. As I said in the beginning, I met Father Small some time back about Missio Invest. And what he told me, if you get this loan, you are not going to be put in prison. We had a meeting with him in a very expensive hotel. He offered me a cup of coffee, but I was fearing steak. First of all, it was very expensive, and I had no transport even to go back. I was thinking if he had given me this money, I could use it to go back. But I ended up taking the cup of coffee with him. I think he can remember me. I think Father, I remember. We met in Sheraton Hotel. But I had no money to go back. And then the coffee was equivalent to my transport. So I said to take it. All the same, I decided to go back. But I thank him so much. He encouraged me. And we were able to journey with him to get this loan. It was not easy. It took us like 3 years to get this loan because, one, they were not trusting us that we can pay this loan, looking at the location where we live. Two, the environment we live, if you go there, you cannot give a loan to somebody. Honestly, it is a very terrible, hostile environment. And by then I lived in a small place, which was a bush. When Mr. Benson came there, I think, they were doubting of us getting this loan. But it was a small place and a bush, and in a Muslim-dominated area. Almost 90% of the people living in the area are Muslims. And Christians are very few. So it was not easy for Missio Invest to approve for us alone. But by God's help, they gave us the money. Thank you so much, Father. The Marian Brothers, also known as Brothers of Immaculate Heart of Mary, is a religious institute for men of the seasonal right belonging to Rwanda Diocese, Uganda. It was founded in 1952 by the late Bishop John Baptist Zana, by then was a bishop of Northern Equatorial Diocese. If you read the history of Northern Uganda, you will get that information. We have our mother's house in Rudonga, which belongs to Andayumbe district, which I have said is a Muslim-dominated area. They normally tell us the story that why the congregation was started was to block the Islam from spreading in the south. It was started by the Comboned Fathers. We don't know how far it is true, but that's what they tell us. The missionaries, when they came, they started the congregation. So the Muslims from the north, that was Sudan, should not evangelize. I mean, should not push on with Islam. And we happened to be in that area, which was called Rudonga. The Marian Brothers, we stay in the Archdiocese of Guru. As Bishop said, it is one of the places that hosts the highest number of refugees in the world. He has already told that the bishop has already mentioned we have like 5 refugee camps in a diocese. Imagine how difficult it is for the bishop to do his pastoral work activities with this kind of environment. It is not easy. These are vulnerable people who want help, and they look at the church as the only source of help. As he mentioned, if you move this Rwanda Diocese alone, you may wonder, you may think the indigenous people are not there. You only see majority of the people are refugees from Congo and South Sudan. I think Bishop Paroso already mentioned that. I go direct to a size of acres. We have 133 acres of land, which is our current farmland, and we're engaged in sustainable agriculture and food security. This is the land where I live. As I said before, it was no guarantee and there was no hope that this kind of person living in this area can pay the loan. So we started working and we tried to see what can we do. We got the loan in a difficult situation. When we got the loan, there was lockdown. That when Corona-19 came in, there was lockdown completely. And we didn't know what to do with this money. So what we did was buy a tractor. We bought a lorry, we bought tractor implements, and we constructed a storage house. And also there was some money we budgeted for bush clearing. But honestly, my brain was stuck because Corona came in, there was lockdown, nothing you can do with this money. There was no movement, almost Uganda government locked down for 2 years. It was very, very difficult for us. But when I visited my bishop in that period, what encouraged me was, if you fail to pay, the diocese will pay. That's what Bishop Sabino Chandra told me when I visited him. I gained some courage, knowing that if we fail to pay, the diocese is going to pay. So I gained some stress. So we started working and we do not know what to do. We started plowing, opening the land, but the dream came that we need now to invest in upland rice. We do seed multiplication. We started this project of seed multiplication, and it was successful. As it is put there, it was to help the rural household to be poverty-free. We started this project, and since there was lockdown, where do you sell your rice? There was no place, no markets. Transport was not allowed to move since when we had bought a lorry that you can maybe put it tax to do things. There was nothing we could do with this. So what we did was to begin planting the rice. And a dream came in that we need to do seed multiplication. So we tried to see, can we increase production by this rice? We multiply. Can we promote rice consumption in the community? Can we also have some members of the community growing this rice? So what we did was started in a farm. For the first season, we had our own rice, which we bought from National Breedshire. As is an organization in the country that deals with the breeding. So we went to them, we bought the seed, which was called Nelika 4. We started breeding this rice on the farm. But when it's also breeding this, where do we take it? But God came in our favor that there were people who wanted this rice, the refugees. And how could we penetrate in this market of the refugees? One, we tried to see how could we talk with organizations working with refugees to buy our rice. Two, we decided to give out the rice free to the farmers and to the refugees. Three, we saved some money in the other man of bush clearing, also to go and buy the rice. It was a bit challenging. I remember one of the international NGO staff told me, if you know you are poor, why do you engage yourself to serve the refugees? It was not really terrible. I mean, it is a crime to be poor, I think, and that's what came in my heart. If you know Marian brothers, you can't afford. If you know your bishop in the diocese is very poor, cannot support you, why do you go to work? But we took courage, we continued supplying the rice to the refugees. We tried to help them to grow this rice. As you can see in the photo, that's the group of the refugees that we supplied the rice. This is Nelika 4. On the other side is our staff, who helps us to do quality assurance. And we tried to see what can we do. We started buying this rice from the farmers. We bring it back, we bulk it, and from there, we try to see why do we take this rice after we buy it from these farmers. These are poor people. The refugees, we cannot go back. So we had to employ our own people to do quality assurance. You can see in the photo, it is one of the sister congregations of sisters near us. We contacted them. Right now they work with us to do quality assurance for us, to do rice selection so that we can put it somewhere. What we did was to go to the UNHCR to convince them so they can buy our rice. Two, we went also to international organizations which accepted us to buy our rice during that period of Corona. That was in 2020, 2021, as they were said there was a lockdown. We didn't know what to do. But God blessed us. God blessed us that these people were able to support us by this rice. And one of the things these NGOs more was prevent poverty, hunger, and growing nutrition. We saw this rice as a seed to them. Honestly, we got a lot of money from these people. It was not cheating, but it was a blessing in disguise. We got this money, we couldn't do much with it, and I couldn't take this money in a bank. One, I was fearing my superiors. If I take this money in a bank, maybe the spirit will come and say, hey, this money is too much, we need some percentage. I had to keep this money, we kept this money in the house. We started thinking what to do with this money. The first thing was we thought of constructing the primary school, as you can see in the photo. We went back and invested this money. We constructed a primary school. This money was too much that we couldn't finish it in a primary school. We still continued using this money. We put up a health center. It is still going on. Still, we use this money to put up the technical school. All of this was rice money. It is my testimony to Missio Invest that in difficult times, you can also have good times. This is a true story. You know how much NGOs pay. For them, they double prices, especially NHCR, their money is too much. They buy the price fix. But we are able to save this money and we're able to realize a primary school, a secondary school, and a health center. As one of the sisters said, putting money in the bank. Right now, we are doing social responsibilities with the women in the refugee camps. We still give the rice free to the women, and we go back and buy it from them. We also train them. If you can see in the photo, we try to do quality assurance. The seeds must be the good ones for planting. We still brought them from the NGOs which are already working with us in the camp. They still buy rice from us, but not like the same price of the period of Corona. Yeah. So what we are doing right now is we did bush clearing, we expanded the farm, and we are now replanting trees. If you go, we are trying to plant trees where we did the bush clearing. We're also training farmers on the best farm practices. If you go right now, it is our activity we are doing in the farm, in the community. With money from Missio Invest, we're able to pay our own staff. We don't look for money to pay staff. Also, we're engaged in rainwater harvesting in a small scale within the farm, and we intend to expand this project to the community. So thank you so much for listening from me. In a special way, I would like to thank my bishop, Bishop Chabino Doki, for supporting me. Honestly, without him, I wouldn't have been successful. He has been behind me for this period. We have been times of trial, especially during the time of Corona, that things were not moving on well. As one of the participants requested, Father Small, I said, I also still request to support agriculture. A healthy community is on feeds well. We cry of pressure is because of bad habits of feeding. If you start schools, the one you are farming, without food, you are going to close these schools. I have experience where we work that most schools, they close because of hunger. There is no food. To people eat well, there will be no need of building health centers. There's no need of building health centers. So I think what the bishop requested you, go back and consider. I know, back in Europe, in America, you are well developed. You are well developed, you have everything, but for us here in Africa, we still need food to work, to do everything. I think you saw it today. If you not give us food, you will not send anybody in this meeting or in this conference. So Father, go back, rethink, support agriculture. Thank you so much.
Land is a gift, and in Africa, the church has made it a source of life. Agriculture not only feeds communities, it sustains key social institutions. Pope Francis in Laudato Si calls us to care for our common home. Following this call, the church promotes sustainable agricultural techniques that protect the environment and ensure food security. Since 2016, Missio Invest has transformed agriculture in Africa. We started with a loan in Kenya, and today we support projects in Ethiopia, Kenya, Malawi, Nigeria, Rwanda, Tanzania, Uganda, and Zambia. Our borrowers are not only cultivating the land, they are nurturing entire communities. With loans for machinery, new businesses, and modern techniques, Missio Invest is seeding Africa's future. We invest in the land. We invest in life.
Good, thank you. Well, it's tough to follow Brother Aloysius. I don't know if I will get as many laughs or claps as he did, but I'll try with our panel. Thanks again, brother. So our last panel today is to talk about sustainable agriculture and food security. As we talk about that subject, I couldn't help but go back to page 11 in our impact report. And in bold lettering, it's Laudato Si. We all know it. It's caring for our common home. I think we all believe in it. We adhere to it. We try to embody that in all of our social enterprises that you work on. More recently, Pope Francis also said, take care of nature so that it takes care of us. Even more recently, this morning in fact, if I'm not mistaken, and Bishop Jumba, if I can paraphrase you, when you brought up agriculture, and I have been to your farm, and it's beautiful, so I know why you brought up agriculture. If I can paraphrase, I think you were saying, take care of nature via agriculture, and it will take care of you. And it will take care of your mission and expand our mission. And it will also play an integral role in the whole, all of the enterprises you run, the schools, the hospitals, pastoral centers, the parishes, and so on. It's integrated. So thank you for that comment this morning. I think it's very important. So that will be the theme of our panel today. How do we put Laudato Si into action via sustainable agriculture? The farms, the agribusinesses, and how does it all fit in, right? So we have a diverse group of guests today, and we planned it in a way that they can represent, hopefully, situations that resonate with you. We have Virginia, who is the former principal of Baraka Agriculture College. She's a agriculture specialist a specialist in regenerative agriculture. She's also on the Missio Invest investment committee. So she's seen many of the agriculture projects out there. So she can give that perspective of a specialist in this area. We heard from Brother Aloysius, so he can give that perspective from a local congregation and how that has helped him expand the mission. With Father Tadei, who is running a farm, the Busasamama farm in the Diocese of Vinyondo here in Rwanda. And then we have Bishop Dominic from the Diocese of Eldoret. And he's, as you can imagine, managing a vast amount of enterprises, schools, health facilities, pastoral centers, so many parishes, but also manages a farm and wants to expand that farm to have greater impact and integrate that into their entire mission. So we'll talk about, and we spoke about this before we came up on the panel, agriculture. I think it's all close to our heart, but it's not easy to do either. There's many risks, and in many cases, you've got to work hard, but you've got to really implement best practices. So we'll try to focus on that today. But let me start with Virginia. We talk a lot about sustainable agriculture, regenerative agriculture, but what does that mean, really? What does that mean? And maybe you could give us a few examples.
Thank you, Keith. I want to say that in the Word of God, human beings were told to go and subdue the land. And this land is a natural resource. This land requires care. So when we talk about sustainable agriculture or regenerative agriculture, we are talking about that farming that we need to do it today and ensure that generations to come will still use the same land for their survival. So when we talk about sustainable agriculture, we are talking about practices that we put in place to allow the current generation to get the best out of it and still leave the land for future generations. We are lucky, like we have heard from the brother's case, that they were using virgin land to cultivate. Time will come, in light of the growing population, when that land will be tilled over and over again. You can imagine the amount of nutrients in the soil. Just think about a tree, a big tree that just grows from a mustard seed. The amount of nutrients it takes from the soil to become that big. So if we don't replenish the nutrients in the soil, it will be very difficult to continuously use that soil. So the essence of regenerative agriculture is applying practices that will allow human beings to continue using that land to cultivate for sustainability and for economic purposes. I want to make it clear, because in the course of talking to many of us, we think that by using herbicides, we are spoiling the soils. Maybe we miss the points. It is important to note that applying sustainable or modern technology will not spoil the soil or make it unproductive. I want to give an example of a farm in Nakuru operated by contemplative community that in the course of farming, people would come in like a school because of the number of people who would come to till the land.
the cost of cultivation would be very high. These people, from wherever they came from, would come with diseases as they walked into the farm, and maintaining that farm was very difficult. We went and discussed with the community, and we told them why it is important to reduce the number of people who are getting into that land and apply herbicides to control the weeds. It worked miracles. Where they were producing about 70 bags, they produced over 200 bags. What am I saying? Is that when you use the land properly, it increases your yield and you reduce your cost. Sustainable agriculture or regenerative agriculture means that you apply and use technology in place to make your work easier. In the past, training or farming has been very painful. That you look into your farm and you're not sure what you'll be able to produce. With the modern way of farming, you can easily do that. We have also visited another farm where they would only have production during the dry season, but in the dry spell, there was no production. That is Nyeri farm in Nyeri. And they started irrigating the coffee. They are able to increase productivity because of the new technology. I want to say that the only way to sustain humanity is by farming. And I ask the question I don't have to answer. Do we eat to live or we live to eat? You don't have to answer. But remember, somebody said today, a hungry person is an angry person. That means we must interact with the soil to produce food. And how we do it, it is very important. And if we are producing today, we must make sure that the generations that will come after us, I don't know when the world is coming to an end, those many generations that will come after us, we must make sure that we leave the soils much better than we found them to sustain humanity. Agriculture is the oldest occupation that we know of, but the manner in which we are doing it today is different from how it was done yesterday and how it will be done tomorrow. So if we apply the technologies in place, farming is technical, conserving soil is technical. If you are not sure, it is good that you ask the people who know so that farming is not as painful as you would imagine. You are supposed to subdue the land sustainably for us and in future. Thank you.
Thank you, Virginia. I'll shift now to Father today because as we know, we want to produce healthy food, manage sustainable agriculture, but at the end of the day, it also needs to be profitable, right? It needs to be commercial. It all needs to work together. Father, today maybe you could share your experience managing your farm and some of the challenges you've had to overcome and some of those best practices that you've learned to make your farm successful.
Thank you so much. First of all, I would like to highlight the background on project context. As you know, Rwanda is a small country with a very limited land size. It's around 26.4 thousand square kilometers. It is a small country. And in contrast, a very high population density, as recent statistics indicate that the total population is around 15 million. The situation requires strategic, including making the most of everything. And our land, however small it may be. The Catholic Church in Rwanda is targeted among the owners of large land size, and in recent years, the last years, the government has warned the church that if doesn't not undertake proper and effective exploitation, its land will have to be transferred to the hand of potential active exploiters. And now, the challenge requires to change our old ways of doing, not only to request, to respond to the imperative of our government, but also, why not our land owned by the church to be a source of self-financing for our churches. So I would like to share with you our experience. Busasamana Church, Catholic Church, has been involved in the production of Irish potatoes, maize, and all kind of vegetables like leguminous for household and neighboring community consumption without any consideration of local national market needs since a long time. And I was priest parish from 2019, but the parish came up with agricultural institution called IABU in 2024. And an idea by the IABU, it was to develop a business, but their activities were often and mainly motivated by the interventions of external donors, and so were not sustainable. And but Busasaman, it is located in the right opportunity for intensive productivity, because we are near the region in north of Rwanda, near the volcanoes, near Congo, DRC. It is a good soil, volcano soil. To improve parish revenue, we initiated an agribusiness project, and we gained the financial from Missio Invest in September 2021. It was then a deal with privatizing the soil, the land owned by parish, to improve parish revenue, create job for youth and the women, and contribute significantly, improve the livelihood of a community. Busasamana Parish has undertaken an agribusiness production through two complementary enterprises: production of mini tubers basic and certified potato seed, the production of high quality pig for consumption. Main objective was that Busasamana will increase the productivity into targeted enterprises through an integrated approach. 1 year after, Busasamana Agribusiness Project became Busasamana Integrated Farm Limited as a company, private company. Its operation began November 2022. It is a company owned by 100% by the Catholic Diocese, Nyundo. It operates in the sector of agribusiness. Actually, it's carrying out the livestock and the agricultural activities formerly carried out by the Busasamana parish with the objective of making this agricultural and livestock activity profitable, modernizing these activities and extend them to other agricultural areas located in different parishes. As a product also, we produce potato mini tubers from screen houses, and we enter to the chain, the multiplication chain, potato seed multiplication, and we produce the potato basic seed, certified seed. Also, we act to produce more and to contribute in order to have maize seeds. In livestock activities, we produce pork meat, pig semen. Now we are one of 7 breeding centers in Rwanda, national breeding centers. We work in open collaboration with RAB, Rwanda Agriculture Board. And so our piggery farm is also a pig center, artificial insemination pig center. So the pig semen is also one of our products now. It is in order to improve genetic diversity, enhance herd quality, and increase reproductive efficiency. We also have now layer chicken. We produce eggs, and our hotels, diocese hotels, are our clients. Also, we will, in the coming year, we would like to go through the processing. Why not to produce sauces, jumbo, etc. Because our piggery farm can hold 1.2 thousand pigs. So the challenges we work, but we have also many challenges. But we have to initiate because our land are available, and why not to exploit it in order to do commercialization, as you say, because it is the government, as I said in the beginning, the government now told us you have to exploit in a good manner in order to contribute in strengthening economic, socio-economic strengthening of Rwandan population. Thank you.
Good. Thank you. Thank you, Father. I think there are a few lessons here, and I do know the farm, but you did go out and do market research, and that's very important. And then you also specialized, and you got very good at what you were able to get very good at based upon the market. And I think those are important lessons. Related to that, before we move to the bishop, we heard, Brother Aloysius, so many of your achievements, but we've also heard today that it's very important, good management, right? How did you manage about putting who in charge where to run what enterprise to be successful? Because that's important, it's quite important, isn't it?
Thank you. Before I was in the same time priest father and project manager, but now I focus on only the project, the agribusiness activities.
So you're
and also we have a management team, yeah, where we work together with agronomists, veterinary technicians, and also we have a team, a technician team, and administrative team, where the bishop established a team with 4 priests and 4 technicians, yeah, in diocese level. And now we work together, we share also, but me, now I am a project manager only, yeah.
So good management and coordination and clarity is important, is what you're saying. Brother Aloysius, does that resound to you? Yeah? Do you have any lessons to share on how you were able to manage your enterprise well and grow it?
As I said, we manage the farm, which is a local farm, and we support from Missio Invest. We extended our services to the refugee camp and the local community. Now we are looking at climate smart agriculture, which focuses on food production and climate adaptation and resilience. We try to encourage the community we live with should have enough food. We try to demonstrate to them, especially producing rice, doing things like crop rotation after removing the rice, planting legumes. More we look at planting trees, looking at planting fruit trees. We do all that with the community. Also, as I said, for community, we try to help them to do breeding techniques. I think you saw, we try to train our farmers how they can improve on the rice, upland rice, which is in Erika. Many people believe that rice can grow in the swamps and so on, but we have successfully managed to grow rice in upland for 2 seasons, especially where we are. We are able to harvest twice in a year. Also, we encourage them to have planting dates, that is right for the seasons, not waiting for the real season. For example, if the rainy season starts now, we encourage them to plant. Because right now the seasons are not stable. Also, we try to help them to have drought-resistant crops, especially like the rice we are promoting. It is drought-resistant. It doesn't need much rain. Even if it is very hot, when in a dry season, you're able to harvest. And also, we try to have water and soil management. We are encouraging the community to plant trees. Also demonstrate, for example, in a refugee camp where we are planting trees in the schools, in the community. We also have fruit trees we are planting. If you go there, you will see a lot of fruits planted. Then, we also encourage the community to plant trees that you can plant other crops. For example, we have teak trees, which is a common tree. You can, for many years, before it grows big, you can be growing some crops under it. It doesn't mean that you will plant and leave it there. No, maybe 10 years, we will continue planting other crops while the tree is growing. Also encouraging them to grow cashew nuts. Right now we get the seedlings from Kenya. That's why we are getting the seedlings through the local government. We give to the farmers. Also we're encouraging them to do that. Also you can plant crops under the cashew nut for many years before it grows big. They're also encouraging them to do water harvesting. It is a very tricky project, but in your garden you can dig some trenches, trying to control erosion. Some water can be collected while waiting for the proper rainy season, especially when the rain. You can dig some holes in the garden. We encourage our farmers to do it. And also on our farm, we have an irrigation that we use water harvesting through the roofs of the houses. We collect the rain water that we're using for irrigation.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. So you're implementing water-saving techniques, renewable energy, a variety of things. Let's move to Bishop Dominic. I should also mention that he is chairman of the Council of Economy of KCCB, so he's very intimately involved in looking at financial sustainability, not only in the Diocese of Eldoret, but of course across the entire church in Kenya. Bishop, could you share a bit? You have farmland, you operate so many parishes, schools, health facilities, and so on. How do you see farming, sustainable agribusiness fitting in, and what are your approaches and your vision?
So thank you very much, Keith. My name is Bishop Dominic Kimengich of the Diocese of Eldoret in Kenya. Before that, I was in a diocese called Lodwar, which borders Uganda, South Sudan, and Ethiopia. I was there for 10 years. And these dioceses, talking about climate change, it is really affected by that. So it's a semi-arid, almost really a desert. And so the people are nomads. 60% of the people survive on nomadism. And so being a bishop there was really quite a very tough experience, because the parishes and the Christians were depending on the bishop. So I had to go out looking for resources. I actually became what we call airport bishop. All the time just at the airport, going to Europe, America, Spain, even up to Slovakia, looking for resources so that I'll take care of these houses. So by God's grace, so in the year 2020, I was transferred to the Diocese of Eldoret. Well, it is just for you to know that one bishop in Kenya, he told me one day when he looked at me and said, "You will go to heaven straight." I said, "Why?" "That I've done all my purgatory in Lodwar." So it was tough. And so when I went to Eldoret, it was very different. Eldoret is within what we call the White Islands in Kenya. It's actually where we get maize, almost Eldoret and Kitale feeds the rest of Kenya. So it's a very good agricultural diocese. And so when I went there, the first thing which, that was about 5 years ago, was the fact that the diocese depended on the parishes. And the parishes depended on the agricultural produce. So every year, every parish does what we call mavuno. In Kiswahili mavuno, in English we say harvest. So every year, every diocese, parish, does the mavuno. And with what they get from the mavuno, the harvest, from their maize, from their cattle, from tea, it will enable that parish to run itself, to run all the activities of the parish, to pay the allowance of the priests, to buy the vehicles for the priests, pay their medical cover, and their pension. So that's why I say by the grace of God. So, and then apart from that, every year also, they have what we call a family day, where the parishes collect, or rather, give a portion of what they earn from their farming to the diocese. So, and that enables the diocese to run all the activities of the secretariat. And apart from that also, to get some money, even to do to invest. And I remember when I went there, we started a project which is ongoing now in the middle of the city of Eldoret. It is an 8-story building supported by the parishes. Nothing from outside. We have not asked for any loan from outside, just comes from their what they collect as a way of investing. They're investing on this so that later on they will have resources to help the diocese. So that is the kind of situation I wanted to share with you, that in an area where there is agriculture and when it's well done, it supports the church. We don't, as of now, we don't get any help from outside, even from our donors or anything. We just rely on what the parishioners give to the diocese. Of course, money is not enough. So, as a result of that also, since the area is very good, as a diocese, we want also to rely on ourselves because we have been relying on the goodwill of the parish priests and the parishioners. And therefore, we have also ventured now to develop the diocesan farms which we have. And when I went there, I found that we had about 50 acres of land directly now accessible to the diocese. And I thought we were doing very well until I invited a team from Missio Invest, led by Albertina and Virginia. So now I came to know Missio Invest was through, they helped one of our schools. It's called Our Lady of the Assumption, to build a dormitory, a 2-story dormitory. And so, so that's now how I came to see that truly that help, that loan they were given, would really help us, because it has helped that school. Before that, they didn't have a place to, because it's a boarding school where they put the children. Now they have the capacity now of having about 200 more children staying in the boarding section. And that will boost their number, I think from 500 to 700 children will be studying in that school. And I think this was done, is it almost 6 months ago? Now the school has started paying. Before I came here, actually, they have paid the first installment. And we believe that we will be able to pay. So, and because of that, then when I went to visit Albertina, so she told me also about the support to the agricultural sector. And so I invited them to come, and they have accessed the land. Of course, it is very good, the soil is very good, the rains are there, but we didn't have really the know-how, and even the personnel who were there were not really competent enough. So after the assessment, then we saw that, yes, we could collaborate together. First of all, they'll be giving us their technical advice, the professional advice from Virginia. And then, of course, they will help us also maybe even to, they identify 3 areas. One is the area of dairy farming, and then poultry, and then also farm implements to help us to acquire farm implements. And because of that also, we are talking with them now, because our neighbor is willing to sell us another 50 acres of land. So that's why I came here, so that we see how we could acquire that land, so that we have 100 acres of land. Why? Because I knew that our Christians would support us. And just about 2 weeks ago, the parishes came, and each parish brought 2 bags of maize, and we have 106 parishes. So that food is now for the whole year, and even they will sell, And then they also brought, each parish brought about 10,000 Kenyan shillings. So that makes it about 1 million. And that will take care of the formators. So I said, we'll do it. And thanks be to God, we have started doing that. So truly I can say, we still have a lot of, there's a huge potential, especially now if we do agriculture properly. I think we'll even triple what we are getting now because the land is there, the water is there, the rain. The only thing now is to really to improve on that.
And then the other thing before we go to our break, if the Missio Invest team could just come forward, just so that you can see them. I want you to see, some of you know your own country managers, but if they could start moving forward to the stage, I just want them to see the different, and not because we want to applaud them, but you see the joy from the bishop, right? See, this is real joy, isn't it joy? Yeah. It's joy to do something that you love and to see it fruitful. But I say that, no, well, yes, the bishop's great, you're wonderful. But all of these people have, I'm telling you what I love about this job and why I wouldn't give it up when they wanted me to give it up, is the joy of these people, right? They all come from professional backgrounds. They were all working for banks and for finance people and the government and ministry. This man, Joel is very happy, but this man is the luckiest man in the world. He grew up in a farm in Illinois. And then for 20 years, he was in aid agencies, he was around the world, in Afghanistan, and all of those things. And he was in a farm in Malawi, and he was trying to manage a farm in Malawi, and the funding disappeared. So now he gets to manage all these farms all across Africa. And he's on the phone every day talking about the tractor and the irrigation system from his house in the land with his family. But everybody's the same. Everybody takes such joy. If this was, I don't want, I'm trying to not criticize too much, but your regular NGOs, no? This would be one office in one country, in one diocese. This is it. This is 11 countries. That's one person per country. So, the parish priest used to say, I have good news and bad news. The good news is we have all the money we need to fix the roof. The bad news is it's still in your pockets. We don't have bad news in Missio Invest now and again. But the good news is we have thousands of people for Missio Invest, and they're all around. I just wrote to a friend of mine. I don't remember being at a meeting of the church in Africa where there are virtually no non-African. I'm the only non-African born priest here. I don't know what this is saying, but normally there's not Italian, there's a few Belgians or something like that. And I don't, maybe because it's an indigenous, many of your sisters are indigenous, I don't know, or they don't need this kind of financing. But, this is the team we have, and they love what they do, and they love you all very much, and they know you all in your... Albertina says, we need to see the parish priest. She says, well, at 4:30 there's a mass in the parish, and then maybe there's one at 7 o'clock. They know all your mass schedules, so they know how to find out where you are and when you won't be able to answer the phone. So anyway, maybe we can give them, if you don't mind, a little round of applause. Lastly, we don't want to, this is like a buffet. Do you remember the buffet upstairs? Yeah. This meeting has been like the buffet. There's too much. There's too many plates. You could have had a day on any one of them, and I apologize. But it wasn't meant really to be a decision-making or really, a technical expertise. We have a workshop following this of TA. This was to just show you the buffet. To have a moment when many of our borrowers can come together, educate. Every one of them is a big field. The healthcare, we have healthcare associations that would spend a whole week developing themes and IT and AI and all that. But Missio Invest just tries to, you set the priorities, we just try to provide it. But I did think with a few others we might want to say something. So we put together this little declaration that I'll read now, and you can read it, come and read it during the break. And if you have suggestions, because we're not going to go small groups and all of that at usual meetings. If you have any suggestions, come and speak to one of us. Say, I don't like this, or maybe you could change that, or why don't you include the other? It is a very basic Kigali declaration, if you like. Maybe I can read it for you, and then we'll go for our break. And if you don't want to be part of it, then tell us. If you say, no, I'd really rather not put my name, I don't think I can do that. It's entirely free for you. But I think it would be nice for us to have some kind of little statement. Gathering in Kigali, Rwanda, March 1920, more than 80 Catholic Church leaders from Africa, Europe, and North America gathered to review and discuss new ways of securing adequate resources to finance the Church's social engagement, such as schools, farms, and hospitals that are operated by the Catholic Church across Africa. Fact. The participants reviewed the history and practice of this new form of financing as developed by Missio Invest over the last 10 years, now reaching over 100 projects in 11 countries in Africa. We overwhelmingly affirm those efforts as being of significant use in helping the Church use its resources ethically while at the same time strengthening the church's mission. In endorsing the work of Missio Invest, we respectfully call on those who manage and operate investment portfolios to consider assigning a portion of their investments to this kind of impact investing. That's the one little appeal I made, since we've run out of money. Our 35 million is already in the, now we have a little bit more coming, but we need a lot more coming to keep it going. So this kind, we can assure you of the powerful impact of discounted investing, period. It shouldn't be an and. So take a look during the break a little closer. If you don't like it, or you want to change it, or you say, no, I don't really want to be associated with it, that's fine. But I just thought it'd be nice if we had something to affirm our work, and it will help us when we go looking for funds. So let's go for coffee. We'll come back, and then Archbishop is going to finish with a few words. And thank you so much. We're coming back in 20 minutes, huh? $4:45. $4:45. Mega diocese. If you could say your name before you make your comment, whoever's next, please. Thank you.
Yes, good evening, everyone. I'm Brother Hiade Kazora, Brothers of St. Charles Rwanda, or locally known as Banakaro Brothers. We are a younger congregation which was founded in 1927. Indigenous congregation, the first of many in Sub-Saharan Africa. So that means that in 2029, we are celebrating 100 years. So that's what makes it young. So I stood up after hearing and sharing what we have shared with Missio. I will not talk much about it, but from the questions I've had from participants who have been asking me, I say, what I've heard and what I value from Missio is that it doesn't operate like a bank. It operates like a partner, and in such a way that even you go before you get a loan, you negotiate. And when it reaches, even when you are not able to pay for service alone, you go back and tell them and say, can we reschedule? But then they would say, no, tell us what you think you can do and when you want to be, how you want it to be rescheduled and when you can begin paying. So that to me gives me the spirit of brotherhood. Not people running around with a four-wheel drive chasing you to pay the debt. So the Missio Invest, I thank you so much. With that, though, I took on. We have been able to be successful in what we have done. At least the cows have increased, and we have sold the cows. And I can say now, even if I take a 2 million loan, I feel I can pay it back because of the way you have treated us. A brotherly spirit, a spirit of the first Christians, the Acts of the Apostles, chapter 4, verse 32-33. They have the same spirit, they shared everything in common, and who had the less even took from those who had. Those who had houses sold them and shared with those who have less. Thank you for being a part of African development. Thank you for being a part of the religious and priestly development in our mission work. Thank you so much.
Anybody else? Bishop?
My name is John Namazalil OSA. I am the Bishop of Catholic Diocese of Kano, Nigeria. I would like to thank Missio Invest for the contribution that they have made in our diocese. In 2016, we started a farm with 2 tractors. Then when we realized that there was a need for another tractor, we applied for funding, and that was granted to us. And since then, I think we've been paying the, the loan that we have received from Missio. And I'd like to say that that project has provided employment for so many people. So many people. We have 20 people that are permanent staff and over 200 that are invited to help with the farm every year. And most of our farmers, those who are part of the project, 50% of them are Muslims. And so this project is an occasion for us to be involved in interreligious dialogue of life. So, and I think it's a great contribution in that area. And then I would like to thank our country representative, rep. That is Mr. Matthew Adetunji. He's quite good, but there are times he disturbs me a lot. Especially when he's reminding me, he has already reminded me that our loan is due for payment at the end of this month. But well, we have the money to pay, don't worry. So all the same, I'd like to thank you very sincerely for your contribution. We really do appreciate. Very soon, we'll come for more funding. Thank you very much.
We have just if you don't mind, we had a visiting bishop, Anglican, from our Anglican brothers. I don't know, Bishop, if you wanted to. You were mentioned before in the healthcare. Could you just say a little word about how people don't think that you're at a meeting that you didn't intend to come to, that it's you really were intending to come here, so we're very happy to have you, and you're very welcome.
Good evening, everyone. Amos Magezi, or Amos, because when I say Amos, as per our language, some people say, repeat the name, then I say, Amos. They say, then I say, the one in the Bible, they say, Amos. Okay, so Amos Magezi from Uganda. I serve as the Bishop of the Diocese of Northwestern Kore in Western Uganda, but I also serve as the chairperson or president of the bishops in the Western Uganda, and that gives me an opportunity to also be the president, the overall president of all fellowships in the province. We have 4 fellowships, one in the north in the East, Central, and in the West. So I'm glad that I'm part of this meeting, and I appreciate Missio Invest for inviting me to be part of this meeting. It's because I have been in touch with the team members of Missio Invest, although probably at a later time, I don't know when, God will open doors for even the non-Catholic or denominational religions also to be able to access the loans from Missio Invest. But much as we've not accessed it directly, since we are working with the Catholic Church in Uganda, and Missio Invest has already invested in the project in Arua, we've already started benefiting. So I'm excited to see what is happening. When it comes to the body of Christ, yesterday I was talking to someone that the body is not divided. The body must remain united. I gave an example of this body, like Paul, how Paul uses it, this physical body. When you are going to do something, the whole body must go. I gave an example. If I am going somewhere to help myself, the hair cannot say, well, I'm not part of the members that are supposed to do business there, so I can stay. No, it cannot. It still has to go. So that is to show that the body remains united. And as the body of Christ, when it comes to matters of socio-economic transformation and community engagement, we must be united. Because education has no religion. Health has no religion. Household income has no religion. Food security has no religion. Environment has no religion. So socioeconomic and community engagement issues must bring us together so that we work together in order to live in this world before we go home, where Jesus Christ has gone to prepare a place for us. I'm excited to be part of this meeting, and even after we've gone back, I've already networked with the bishops who have come from Uganda. When I go back, we will continue to work together. I've already taken their addresses. I'll be visiting them so that we do benchmarking. I'll be inviting them to work with us so that we transform our communities. I've already spoken to the doctor in Nigeria. Since the technology can allow us to now connect, I will gathering our health workers in our diocese, and we connect on Zoom, and we have him speak to us so that he builds the capacity of our health workers in Uganda. So we will continue to work together because God has created us to work together. Thank you very much. God bless you.
Fratelli tutti. You know, that's a document about working together. You know all about that. There was a couple of others. Sorry, sister over here. Sister, and then the bishop was going to. So, sister, did you have your hand up? I think you did. Stand up, sister, then we will catch you. And then bishop next, if that's okay. Next on deck. And then over in the corner. Next.
Thank you. I'm Sister Clementina Kandira from Malawi. I'm so touched from the beginning of this session, from morning, and I've heard a lot of what Missio is doing. In the morning, our cardinal said something that, okay, we are the church, helping the church. That statement touched me so much. And then as a church, Missio Invest has come to help that church to work well in that church, helping us as the church. So whatever you are doing, you are helping us to work well with the people we meet. For that, thank you very much. and all the sharing which has been here is so encouraging. And then we will continue working with you and working in the church where the Cardinal says that we are the church, helping the church. Thank you very much for all the contribution. And in Malawi, we are working very well with the Missio Invest. We will continue. Thank you very much. This is what I wanted to say.
Thank you, sister.
I am Bishop Gabriel Idokumoji from Ghana, and I'm here also to thank Missio Invest very sincerely for what they have done, the impact they have on us. In my diocese, which I went in about 7 years ago, I was a bishop in another vicariate. I was in a vicariate, then came in here. And this area, in the board, I asked for this, and I thank Missio Invest. After a long struggle, they have granted us. We have the equipment ready. We are just waiting for the finishing touches of the building, and then we move it. Maybe in 2 months' time, it will be open. And I hope this education, our evangelization, and interaction with the people will reduce these accusations of people being evil, witches, and all those things, so that we will catch the witches on the X-ray machine. Thank you.
Thank you, Father George Kalenga from DRC. I will speak in French, and my father, Jack, will help me to translate. En tout cas, un grand merci d'abord pour l'invitation qui a été adressée à la conférence épiscopale nationale du Congo pour venir participer à cette rencontre de Missio Invest.
Thank you to all of you for the invitation to the SENCO, and I came gladly to reply to that invitation.
En étant ici, je me rends compte que nous avons failli manquer vraiment une bonne indication que prend l'Église, et cela avec l'aide de Missio Invest.
We were almost about to miss some good information for the church, but I'm really happy that I came.
Parce que vous savez, je l'ai entendu ici, déjà de Son Excellence Monseigneur Andrew, et puis de notre frère qui ont parlé de 100 ans. Et effectivement, nos églises, nos diocèses, nos congrégations, plusieurs sont déjà centenaires. Mais malgré cet âge, ces églises sont toujours considérées comme jeunes.
I heard from Father Andrew and other bishops that our church in Africa is more than 100 years of presence on the continent, but it doesn't look like 100 years on the continent.
Parmi les raisons, il y a le fait que ces églises n'arrivent pas à se prendre en charge sur le plan financier. Il y a aussi d'autres raisons, mais il y a aussi celle-là qui fait que nous sommes toujours considérés comme jeunes.
Okay, the main reason, there are actually many factors. Obviously, the fact that we cannot produce or generate revenue on our own is one of the big factors also.
L'approche de Missio Invest montre que les églises peuvent grandir. Et cela, nous l'avons entendu par les expériences partagées. Parce qu'on reste toujours enfant, on reste toujours jeune quand on ne fait que recevoir sans pouvoir rendre.
Okay, what Missio is doing is very good. It's going to help us to grow, because as long as we keep on begging, obviously we will stay small and we won't grow up.
Or, des expériences entendues, il y en a qui ont reçu des Missio Invest, ils savent se donner et ils savent aussi donner aux autres. Et ça, c'est un signe de maturité.
it's actually a sign of maturity to be able to receive and also to give.
Et c'est dans ce sens que vraiment nous félicitons Missio Invest pour ce concept. Et c'est une occasion pour moi. Je suis le premier secrétaire général adjoint de la Conférence épiscopale nationale du Congo. J'ai été délégué par le président de la CENCO. Je ne peux que dire à Missio Invest que c'est une occasion de vous réitérer l'invitation, mais aussi le fait que les portes de la République démocratique du Congo vous sont ouvertes.
Okay, thank you again for the opportunity that you gave me to attend to this workshop. Obviously, we are still inviting Missio Invest to come and obviously to invest in the country.
Je termine par un long souhait, au fait de longue vie à Missio Invest.
Okay, God bless Missio Invest.
Voilà, merci à vous tous et au revoir, parce que moi déjà cette nuit, je vais pouvoir rentrer. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much for the translation. You come back next year for the other half of the translation. That's the way that goes. He wishes us long life, which is very nice. Thank you so much for that wish. Do we have anything else? Archbishop Kagama is going to offer a few words and reflections, and then our board member, Teresa Sandock, will conclude. We can probably go a little bit after 5:30, because your supper is not till 7. But given it's a buffet again, it might come a little early, so I think we have some flexibility. Sister, please.
Good evening, all. I am Sister Brigita from Kenya. I represent the Association of Consecrated Women in Eastern and Central Africa. It's the regional conference of 10 English-speaking countries, including Ethiopia, Eritrea, Uganda, Tanzania, Kenya, Malawi, Zambia, and Zimbabwe. And one of the programs that we have as Akweka is what we call the Sisters Blended Value Project, which helps the sisters to transform their ministries into sustainable social enterprises. And one of the things we've been wondering is on how to help the sisters after giving them the skills, the knowledge, and they have the passion to go out and be change makers. It is very hard to get funding. So we have been looking at alternative ways of, we've been looking for models of funding the enterprises of the sisters. And I think we've come into contact with Missio Invest, and so we are trying to encourage as many sisters as possible to take advantage of this, because this is a God-given opportunity, and I'm happy to see so many sisters from the countries of Akweka benefiting from this. And I think the world is going to be a better place with the sisters in the forefront of making change and being pushed or motivated by the charisms of their congregations. Because in everything that we do, we are telling the sisters it's not business as usual. It's business with a difference, because their charisms, their faiths are guiding them in the businesses that they are involved in. We don't want to use the word businesses, but there's no way we can change the world if we do not have profits that will be reinvested in our work. Even the charity that we get from other people, the donations, someone invested somewhere. So as Africans, we have to change our mindsets and know that we can become also the donors to our own people, and also to secure the future of the church in this region and in the whole universe. Thank you.
Thank you, sister. We haven't spoken some of the bad stories today. It's been very celebratory. But when we started many years ago, we were up against a very strong prejudice that sisters cannot do this. Maybe we give them 5,000, maybe 10,000, but sisters won't be able to pay back. Or there will be division in the community because one sister gets a loan, some of the other sisters will say, oh, look at this sister, she has a loan for a project I found. And we navigate, I mean, you know this, right? These are the family truths. Right? But there's a big prejudice still from my friends up north that when you take on a loan, we are putting a heavy burden on you. We can't do it to them. It's not fair. Surely they don't know how to pay it back. And my colleagues are here so that they know I'm not making this up. And I think it's being recorded for the whole world, so if it's not true, then someone will say it. And I don't want to point to who those people are. But there is a perception still around some congregations, older congregations, and they've done a lot of donations and they don't feel the money has been spent very well and they have background. There's a congregation here who received a loan and they built a high school, and within a few months the mother province from Europe sent them 300,000. Now I don't understand the context, but I think they were nervous about giving the money to begin with. So Missio Invest and the country manager and the business plan, and then within a few months there's a high school, and then the children have an extension, and then the people back home say, well, maybe we were wrong. Send them the money so that they don't have to. Now any bank would say, no, there's a penalty if you pay off the loan now because Missio Invest needs to get its in. We don't do this. Huh? If you take the loan and you pay it back the next day, we take it, and then we lose 7 years of interest. Very biblical. No? Like brother with his upland rice, good times, bad times. So that's a real issue, and we struggle with that culture. Who has breakfast? Culture eats strategy for breakfast. This is a case where, particularly with sisters, we've worked very hard, and we reschedule the loan a lot when there are difficulties, because we don't want you and others to feel the pressure of that loan. But I think the pressure you feel is, this financing is good financing. Let's get it going, let's pay it, and then let's get another loan. And that's what we experience more than anything else. So we have perceptions to change in the part of the world where I come from that are important to change. If we finished a little on that, we can go into Archbishop Craig. I was going to a few words, and then Teresa. I was just going to say though, when we were looking at our fundamental operating agreement, we thought, well, maybe since we only are supposed to lend to Catholic organizations, our Anglican brothers and sisters, they profess the Catholic faith. The creed is something professed by all. But in our operating agreement, it says Roman Catholic Church. So unfortunately, right now, we're not allowed to do any lending outside of Roman Catholic. But I think as the spirit of what you said, it would be nice as we grow and we are more comfortable and that. And there was a reason why we could only lend to Roman Catholic groups, because people thought, they're not going to pay back. This won't happen. The United Nations tried to do this. Nobody thought that we would get money repaid. When the first repayment came back to the nuncio, he called me in New York. He said, they sent one of the subsidies back. You know you all get subsidies, bishops get subsidies. He said, they said, I don't know what it was. I said, how much is it for? And he says, it's got Missio Invest loan on it. I said, well, that's the loan repayment. He said, how are we sending money and they're able to send money back to us? He said, because we are not understanding the complexity and the vibrancy and the ability. Imagine if people had the real resources that they need. Now we call it blended financing because we don't want to give up on donations. Some things you cannot pay for through income generation, emergencies, etc. But maybe I'll call on Archbishop Craig. And before I do, Joelle, Birch. If she could just stand up for a second. I'm not comparing Joelle Birch to Erin Brockovich. But there's a movie called Erin Brockovich, and there's a very famous scene in it where if you know the movie, she's caring for these children who suffer from cancer. And the cancer is because the water has been poisoned. And she's not a qualified lawyer or anything like that, but she knows everything about every one of the families. She knows every phone number. That's Joelle Birch. Now, unfortunately, she also knows everything about all your business plans. And she knows everything about the business plans submitted by all the country managers. So she's the other one in the room in Erin Brockovich. She's also the very highly qualified finance person. So she's got everything, but I just wanted to make sure that you all know she knows everything about you and loves it all. So that's that. Thank you. If you want to go to the podium.
Podium? Wow, promoted. All right, thank you. Some of your eminence, my dear brother bishops, Father Andrew Small, the team, I call it Missio Invest family, rather than even a team. So I'm so happy that I see happy faces around. It has been a joyful encounter, and I thank God that I made it to witness this. Bishops, priests, reverend sisters, the lay people, everyone, very excited about what we are experiencing. Thank you, Father Andrew, for putting this together. Even that picture you see over there, they are my people. You can see how happy they are. These are people, I was their bishop in Jos, then I got transferred to Abuja. They also transferred to Abuja, and you see how happy they are. They are Our Lady of Fatima sisters. And this joy is one I see here very, very visibly. So I wasn't very convinced in the beginning about Missio Invest. And Father Andrew Small had visited us in Nigeria even when I was president of the Catholic Bishops' Conference. I didn't just understand the concept, but he came and came again, and I can tell now that I'm very confident to embrace Missio Invest because I see the good that is being done. The testimonies we have heard, from different places, different countries, it's quite amazing. So I call it a multidimensional mission. That is, the mission of Missio Invest is multidimensional. It touches agriculture, higher education, healthcare, and other social services. So many things are happening. And I tell myself how I wish when I became a bishop there was Missio Invest. I became a bishop in 1995, and I was starting a brand new diocese where there was nothing. You can see how I grade very fast because I had to worry about nearly everything. And after 5 years, I thought I was trying my best. I got transferred to another place to become the Archbishop in another city. So I got there and there were problems of all kinds. Again, without any much help, we got through by the grace of God. Give you room and time to do your thing and, of course, be responsible. And so I want to acknowledge the usefulness of this type of model. We have received grants. As somebody said, we have received a lot of fish. We ate the fish, and there was no way of teaching us how to fish. Now we want to fish ourselves. And by the grace of God, Missio Invest is leading the way. Everybody has expressed how happy and how good they feel this Missio. I don't have to repeat that. I can say, may the Lord grant them more wisdom
and give them all the resources they need. And they need a lot of resources in order to help us. So they need to draw a lot from those of the global north to support us of the global south. And I think that should be our prayer intention, namely to make it possible, that God will make it possible for them to have access to the people or the groups, the foundations, the congregations, the investments of the church in the global north, and there are many in Europe, in America, that they should be able to access the huge reserve of funds they have accumulated over the years. I believe these funds are available. Sometimes they give us little by little in forms of grants. But now if they are able to give Missio Invest a substantial part of what they have, I think it will trickle down. And you can see the impact. It's phenomenal. So how I wish I had a way of addressing these huge groups, the various foundations and congregations from the global north who have the resources and sometimes are afraid to share with us. You brought us the faith. We embrace the faith. The faith is flourishing. Things are happening at a very incredible rate. But now we need the resources to sustain this faith. Otherwise, we know we have enemies all over the place. You will wake up one day and you don't have us. It has happened before in the history of Africa. In North Africa, it was totally Christian. But look at what happened. Suddenly, Christianity vanished. We don't want this to happen to us. As I told you, we are not only pastoral workers, not only spiritual directors, we are also humanitarian workers. That is what our people see in us. You cannot just go and preach and talk and go away. No, they need food, they need medication, they need education, they need this. Well, we have to combine these services as we move around among our people. So help us to help them. And if I could find any way, please let me know, Andrew, if there is a way I can meet any of these people and beg them on my knees that we need from the funds they have accumulated over the years, not just grants, but money that will be given to us. We shall work very hard and return something to them. We're not asking for just free donations. We're asking for something to be given, we shall use to work, and after which we return some little interest to them. So on behalf of my brothers and sisters, and on behalf of Africa, and all the countries you have touched, the 10 countries or 11, God bless you, and I pray you will get more and more funds. And by the grace of God, you will see the wonders that you have never seen in the past 100 years. God bless Missio Invest. Thank you so much.
So as Andrew said, I'm Sister Teresa Sandock. I'm the Superior General of the Servants of Mary of Ladysmith, Wisconsin. And before I start, I have to show you my arm here. I was coming out of the bathroom stall and I hit my arm against the latch. And for some reason it won't stop bleeding, but Albertina performed healthcare and patched me up. So I'll be leaving a little of my blood here on African soil, which I think is symbolic. I want to thank you all for the joyful welcome you gave me, and it's just been such a pleasure to be with you. I think I was probably meant to speak after Archbishop Ignatius because what he was saying at the very end is just what my congregation has done. I've known Andrew for quite a few years, way before Missio Invest, and I've been so impressed with his own congregation, the Missionary Oblates of Mary Immaculate. And I'm so humbled to think that when Missio Invest was in need of some founding money, that he thought of coming to my congregation. We are a congregation, Servants of Mary and Ladysmith, we're coming to the end of our mission. If you look at me, I am one of the youngest sisters in my community. All of our sisters, maybe with the exception of 2 or 3, are in their 80s and 90s. And we aren't sad about that, but what we're doing now is we're looking at how we might leave a legacy. At one point, we were so very poor, we were practically bankrupt. We didn't know how we would do anything, and we were in pretty much the same condition as you. We were growing, we had all these institutions, and we had no funds, and we weren't getting very much of a stipend from the church for the work we did. You know, we know your story. But then, as we started divesting of our sponsored institutions, we started collecting money. And in my congregation, and it's true for several others as well, we found that we had enough to fund our own retirement, and then we had some left over. And a very good friend of mine, a priest friend, says, what you don't spend on yourself, you have available for the mission. And our sisters feel that very deeply. We live frugally. We live the vow of poverty, so that we have something to help others with. So we were in my congregation in this conversation about what we should do with the money that we don't need, that we will leave. And it just happened at that time that Andrew wrote to me and said, I wonder if you could spare maybe $250,000 or $500,000 as money that then we could invest and go to the government and maybe get some more money. And I wrote back to him and I said, you know, we're just in the middle of this conversation. We have $15 million. And perhaps we would be able to invest that in Missio Invest if the people that I work with, because I don't make these decisions on my own, you know, but if they would agree. So we had a very good presentation from Andrew and Joelle, and they convinced my board, and I was so pleased. And so we are pledged to donate, to give a loan of $15 million to Missio Invest. And I agree with Archbishop Ignatius. I think there has to be a way to talk to dioceses, to congregations of women religious and men about excess funds. Not everybody is in the position my community is in the United States, but a good many are. And there are funds there, and if they could be convinced of what good those funds could do here, that would really be a blessing for us all. Thank you.
We didn't talk too much about our source of funding, but I think you know our initial fund of 35 million, I showed it this morning. We finally recycled it out to 41 million. But now we're trying to get another big chunk. Many of you know what's happening with the USA discussion, and things are being reviewed and looked at. And we're not in the middle of that discussion, but we're sort of in the middle of the bigger discussion. But unlike any of that, Missio Invest has paid back interest to its investors over the past 5 years. So, you know, that's a very important, it's a very important feature. It hasn't been what you get from Wall Street or from investing in Google and Apple. These get big numbers, but it's been respectable and it's been very dignified. So I take that very seriously. Somebody was saying about the sister, Joelle, we shouldn't say the name, but the sister who cried when she signed the loan. And they asked her, why are you crying, sister? She said, I never thought somebody would have such confidence in me. That I would be, you know, other people would be shaking. Well, she was shaking, but she felt very much validated. And I just want you to know that Joelle exhibits this, and we all do. That confidence that she has is what inspires us in our work. Well, certainly inspires me, but also all of the people that we work with. So we're very grateful for that. I was going to ask His Eminence if he just bless us before we leave, or if he wanted to say a final word of farewell. most of us are finishing today. There will be a technical assistance workshop over the next couple of days, which is the nice one, but we were so pleased we had such great representation. I thank the Cardinal for being so open, and for those of you who cleared your schedule to come for one day. You know, most meetings are for a week and that type of thing, so we're so glad that many of you were able to be here for a day. Thanks to the team. Thanks, Jeffrey and your team who put all this together. Please, yes, thank you so much for that. But we are, family. We are together. We're locked in. So, you know, whether you like it or you don't, we're in this together. And let's hope, as Virginia said, this acorn grows and grows and grows. And we have the means to do all that we want to do. I do remind people at the end of the day, Jeffrey said this is great, and I always tell our staff, remember, we are built on the work that other people do. We're just finding the resources for you. You educate the children, you tend to the needy, you open the hospital, you grow the rice, you sell it well as also that. But you do, that's the beauty. Whatever Missio Invest does, it's a technical solution that's time is over. It's an idea whose time has come, as they say. But that work has been going on forever and will continue to go on, with or without us. We just hope that we make it easier, lighter, quicker, more efficient, and more holy. So thank you all very much for your patience.
Thank you for the smile. And thank you, all of you. We are really honored in Rwanda and Kigali to host you and to have this important meeting. We have learned a lot from you, and the testimonies are very encouraging. We are all hesitating when you take a loan because of the risks which are there. But it's very encouraging when you hear testimonies which are doing well, and you see that is possible. So we encourage you to go on. And thank you, Sister, for the testimony on the other side. That's what we are struggling with. But as we all know, our dioceses, our congregations, we have one question in mind: what will be our future when the financial aids are diminishing? It's a big question. So I think with this question in mind, also to our brothers and sisters, the congregations, the dioceses, I think together in dialogue and listening to one another, we shall be able to collaborate and find a solution. My last recommendation, in August, the beginning of August, we have the plenary of SECAM, Symposium of Bishops' Conference of Africa and Madagascar. And we are lucky to be with Bishop Gabriel, who happens to be the treasurer of SECAM. I think in the committee we could invite Missio Invest to address our bishops from all over Africa to be aware of this, because also we all face the same problem. So, and together we can, as the Synod says, we can march together, and that gives us hope to become true pilgrims of hope. I thank you. I was only given the chance for the blessing, but I take this advantage to thank you all. I hope all you have had a nice stay in Rwanda, and you are welcome again, and I wish all of you safe journey back. We haven't been able to
make you visit Our Lady of Kibeho for the blessing, but those of you who still have a few days, you can go there for the blessing. Otherwise, we shall continue keeping you in our prayers. I thank you. There is a good number of priests and religious speaking in Rwanda. Let us have a song of thanking the Lord for these 9 days that we have had here, for this blessing. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Zashimiri mana nzaisingiza, irabasingiza yankoreye, amoko zose ubutumwa yampaye, yamuze ntarayimenya na busa, aho nyimenye uranagira, Bibiriya ariyo ikandagira umwanzi. Nashimira Imana nzayisingiza, mbwire bose ibyiza yankoreye, amaboko zose ubutumwa yampaye. May be able to make in everybody, have a better life and serve you and praise you. As you said, I came so that all may have abundance of life. We ask this through Christ our Lord. Amen. The Lord be with you. May Almighty God bless you, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen. Thank you very much, and safe journey back.